Hello, good evening and welcome ladies and gentlemen to another round in the Next Gen Racing Touring Car Championship Season 6 as powered by IMB Racewear and brought to you on the premier sim racing platform available only on PC known as iRacing. And today we mark the 6th round of this championship, 6 of 10, and we're here in the United States of America once again for the one and only mecca of road racing in the country, and that is none other than the Watkins Glen International Racing Circuit. Located in the US state of New York, this circuit is widely regarded as the revival place of road racing in the US of A following the Second World War, and it's not too hard to understand why when you look at the setup of the circuit. Consists of the best part of what is 14 corners, with the vast majority of them being corners that are all about heavily cambered surfaces. It is a circuit like no other when it comes to the concept of carrying speed from corner to corner, and all connecting these corners together is an absolute plethora of extended straights. Therefore, holding one of the highest average lap speeds that we're going to be seeing over the course of this season is a circuit where the art of the craft that is going to be required is the ability to carry speed into, through and on exit a corner, and also being able to return to full throttle as soon as possible, making it not just a power circuit but also a handling circuit within, and indeed a degree of intricacy which could go amiss for some of our drivers today. But those who are able to master it could set themselves up with a huge pool of points today, and we'll have to wait and see how it shakes up the stands come the end of our 3 races. Boys, we all welcome you all to, as always, this broadcast live from circuit side, where we can be welcoming you firstly via one of 3 media platforms to your viewing pleasure today, including the official 2 Next Gen Racing media platforms, one of which being on YouTube. Going to youtube.com and search for Next Gen Racing, and welcome to you guys and girls joining in via YouTube. Do include there, of course, Handsome Stu and also Alan Luth. And if you're not tuning in via YouTube, you could alternatively be tuning in via the official Next Gen Racing Facebook group. That's at facebook.com/groups/Next Gen Racing. And welcome to you guys and girls tuning in via Facebook. And last but not least, of course, we do have the unofficial broadcast being brought to you also on Twitch at twitch.tv/TX141. And welcome to you guys and girls tuning in via Twitch. And I hear you ask, who is TX141? Well, allow me to introduce myself as your host and commentator for this season. My name is Paul Walsh, also known as TX141 or Brit of the Spit, depending on what media you follow me on. And I bring you all your racing action from circuit side today, and indeed over the entirety of the season. And speaking of today, times in British Summertime, that's BST, or Universal Coordinate Time +1 at UTC +1. As we can see, we're going to be going into our qualifying session in approximately 18 minutes time. All the drives out of the circuit, 15 minutes in duration as always. And who will be on pole in their respective classes. And pole position could be key, because whilst overtaking is highly possible here, it also means that battling is going to cost you a huge amount of time. And while drivers wanted to stay in packs with one another, those battles could split the field up accordingly. But after qualifying, we go to our first race of the day. We have 3 sprint races as always, and all of them today being 11 laps in duration. Race number 1 being approximately 8:15 this evening, and then we'll be returning just before 9 o'clock this evening for the build up to race number 2, and doing the same for race number 3 at 2:10, albeit not without that all important reverse grid draw for the final race of the day. But as our drivers get set and ready to go, it's a blisteringly hot circuit today. 43 degrees centigrade track temperature, 21 degrees centigrade ambient temperature currently, and we've got clear skies abounding, so therefore it's going to be hot, it's going to be frivolous. But who will be the one to master the challenge of Watkins Glen? Well, let's give you a quick recap of the championship calendar so far and the standings, and then we'll come to more of the story of today. As we can see, as we roll our way into the 30th of April, we have officially made our way into the second half of the season, if you do it by numbers and not the mid-season break week. And last time out on the 23rd of April, we kicked off the second phase of the season with none other than MotorLand Aragón in Spain. Indeed, it got tough, it got tense in Spain, and many of our drivers end up having to be taken to the instant room with regards to being brought before the stewards. But through it all, we got to see some brilliant battles in the championships, whether it be overall, prime and am, and we're looking forward to plenty more today. But prior to all this, we started off, of course, on the 12th of March 2024, with the one and only Silverstone National Circuit playing host to our drives and our only visit to the United Kingdom for this season. And well, the racing action there was absolutely incredible, no doubt about it, with the best part of 55 drivers on the grid out of our 60 entrants. It was absolutely brimming with battles, and as we made our way to round number 2, we did not see our drivers let up in Italy at the Autodromo National Monza on the 19th of March. In round number 3, we made our way down under for the first time this season to the Sandown International Motor Raceway Circuit, and we got to see quite a few body parts of cars being sent asunder there on the 26th of March, but also we got to see some brilliant battling action under braking at the tight, intense supercar racing circuit. And then in the round number 4 on the 9th of April, we were of course at Long Beach in the US of A, our first visit to the United States of America in the US state of California for the street circuit, a one and only street course for this season. And there we got to see some absolutely frantic racing action as all the drivers look to end the first phase of their season on a high. But from MotorLand Aragón and here today to Watkins Glen International, well, after today we'll be carrying our way into May with what will be 4 rounds of racing still to go. In round number 7 on the 7th of May, quite appropriate of course with the numbering, we're making our way back to Italy for the Autodromo International del Mugello, the first time we've ever raced at the Mugello circuit, and we look forward to seeing how all the drivers take to the challenge the Italian circuit presents, with its brilliant set of direction changes and its extended straights and sweeping corners. And then we're making our way back to Germany for a more familiar circuit to many of our drivers, and that'll be on the 14th of May, none other than the Grand Prix layout of the Hockenheimring Baden-Württemberg circuit. And in our penultimate round, our drivers will make their way back to Australia for the Oran Park Raceway, which we bring back from the grave on the 21st of May, being revived, having been turned into a housing estate in real life as of its closure in 2010. But we're going to wind back the clock to pre-2010 and for all the drivers to take on one of the staples of motorsport in Australia. But we make our way back to the United States of America for the third and final visit this season, and we're bringing the curtain down the 28th of May at the Daytona International Speedway's road course, and will be the first time that layout of the circuit has been featured in a NXTGEN Racing Championship Series, indeed Daytona's first visit to the calendar in the NXTCC, and we look forward to seeing how all the drivers wrap up their championship campaigns. But giving you an insight into those championship campaigns, let's regale the story after 5 rounds of racing, starting with the overall Drivers' Championship, and well, the big question that everybody is asking, who can get under the skin of championship leader Wojciech Swirydowicz, leading now by the best part of 210 points, one of the biggest championship advantages we have seen at this phase in a given NXTCC season. And despite the success bars for it being thrown his way and a degree of adversity last time at MotorLand Aragón as well, nothing seems to phase the Semper Racing driver. Meanwhile, P2 holding on in the second place spot is World of Races Luciano Witvoet, and once again putting together a great series of performances, including his second win in his NXTCC career at MotorLand Aragón, in a back-and-forth exchange between himself and Swirydowicz, and a thrilling fight in races 1 and 2, but it was race 1 where it matters most for the World of Racing driver. And Benjamin McCluskey has moved to P3 on 479 points, 10 ahead of Mikey Doe, who slipped to P4 after a difficult time in Spain last time out, indeed not quite working the way of the Doble Sim Racing driver, and Jamie Dory a further 60 points behind, leading to a demarcation in terms of your top 4 versus the rest of the top 10, and sitting on 409 points there, where he's going to be conscious of the fact he's now got a lot of pressure coming from behind. That pressure being exerted by the likes of Adam Delman and Isaac Doble, with Gavin Garner being a further what is the best part of 30 points away there, to be a bit more precise, being the best part what is 26 points away in P8, and then we do have Joseph Doble and Kieran Sharp completed your top 10. Outside the top 10, P11 best of the rest is Jack Jeffries, who only sits 5 adrift of the top 10, and keep your eyes out for him in the fact that he's doing a fantastic job for Red Grove Projects and is looking to become one of the rising stars of the grid. And in P12, meanwhile, we have the pro driver Patrick Falconer. Well, Paddy Falconer, who we had an interview with, of course, last time on the broadcast, and recently had the agreement or the sponsorship deal between what is NXTGEN Racing and Falconer PCs, and we're very happy to see how he's rising through the grid for JW Motorsports on 309 points, but he's got the pressure coming behind from a pack of Pro-Ams, and your leading Pro-Am driver in the overall championship is Nick Clemens there, and for iRacing Esports, moving into P13, but only 12 points clear of Lee Horn, with Adam McNally having a dismal day in Spain, and dropping all the way to P15 on 269 points, only 8 clear of Alex Meredith, and then Stuart Winus, names incorrect there, Andrew Pike, Akram Zanoon, and Matthew Addy completing your top 20. Then coming outside the top 20 for the 224 points of Matthew Addy, we do come to P21 at Ben Altria there, a further point behind, looking to break his way back into the top 20 when he can today, and he's only got a points advantage over Daniel Down in the Goldwyn Motorsport driver, who are waiting to see how exactly he can turn his season around. It's been a challenging season for him, and we'll be hoping for a bit more. Wayne Douglas sits P23 ahead of Reese Watt and Russell Fowler, who completes your top 25, with Slavomir Jarvos Wojciech at P26 ahead of Alan McCain only on result countback. Next, the first 6 points to Matthew Sheraton with Luke Jones on 158, and one behind him is Sam Van who completes your top 30 on 157. You have Shane Pigott, P31, who unfortunately won't be seen on the grid today as he's not feeling 100% well, and well, of course, we do send our best wishes and hope he feels better soon. And from the Ace of Spades Racing Drive, we come to your leading AM driver in the overall championship, and that is Mark Sykes' P32. Peter Jagiełowski sits P33, falling outside the top 30 for the first time this season, ahead of Jack Southfield, and then Sam Smith completes your top 35 ahead of Marcel Fridge, Harley Bicknell, Ian Manners, Kieran Smart, and Duncan Moraes. And now outside the top 40 to wrap up our field, we have Mark Kemp P41 on 44 points, only ahead of Jonathan Collins based on result countback. And from the two AMs, we come to another AM driver of Matt Emmons, who moves ahead of Kevin Smith, his teammate for Verano Motorsport. And these two continue to rise their way through the field and put in some great performances at MotorLand Aragón. Gabriel Yilmaz meanwhile sits P45 ahead of not Matt West, it's Mitchell West, I should say. And then we do have James Spazzagow, Daniel Fritz, Mark Redford, and Craig Tillotson who completes your top 50. Andrew Holmes sits P51. Ahead of Darren Eales, and then with John Higgins Jr., Jack Bolton, and Roy Plummer completing top 55. And Will Plummer only ahead of Chats Constantia based on result countback. And Will Costa there being in P56 ahead of Riley Sheringham, who won't be on the grid today, but hope to be back on the grid as of next week. Then we have Darren Doherty P58 on 3 points ahead of Tom Anderson on 2 points, and then no points to Christopher Seens, who completes the championship standings. But now coming on to the Prime class, and when the points are adjusted based on the Prime finishing positions, it's Adam McNally who continues to lead. Harry's advantage has been cut. He's been leading for the last 3 rounds going into this round, and Mona's advantage has been cut to a slender 6 points ahead of Ben Altria. Lee Horn, meanwhile, sits a further 10 behind, and this top 3 continues to coalesce together, albeit we could say the same, really, of the entirety of the top 8, or the top 8 of this class being separated by only a margin of 70 points. And within that, you also have Nick Clemens, Alex Meredith, Stuart Winus, Daniel Daniel, and Matthew Addy. And it's 45 points to Ant Kremsanoon, and don't forget the organisation driver in the fact his performances at MotorLand Aragón moving him into P9, and he is on a fast charge to try and break into the top 5 today. Reese Watford, 10 points behind, wraps up your top 10 of 400 points. One ahead of Alan McCain with the iRacing Esports striker, unfortunate not to score big at MotorLand Aragón. And for an outside the top 10, it's been some time since he's been out of it, but he'll be looking to try and break his way back in. As will Luke Jones, who falls to P12 with 389 points, ahead of Matthew Sheraton, Russell Fowler, and Slavomir Jaworski. Now, point off of Jaworski is Sam Van P16, the Goldwyn Motorsport driver, not quite able to find his early season form in the mid-portion of the season so far, but can he find it today? And then Shane Pigott, P17, ahead of Piotr Jagiełowski, with Marcel Fritsch and Sam Smith completing your top 20. Outside the top 20, we've got Mitchell West on 201 points, P21, ahead of Jack Southfield. And then it's Kieran Smart, Ian Manners, and Mark Redford who complete your top 25. And with Duncan Moraes is P26 with 141 points, with a sizable gap to John Higgins Jr., with Andrew Holmes, Tom Anderson, and Darren Doherty completing the championship standings. And then we come on to the AM class, and well, with our AM drives, Mark Sykes leads the way on 756 points to the 614 of Harley Bicknell. And well, after his brilliant season opening performance for Bicknell, he's not been able to recapture it, and it's very unfortunate. And he was on course to pick up a huge set of points at MotorLand Aragón, but an early incident cost him extremely dear in race number 2. And with that, Bicknell now really having to try and pick up the pieces and go again today. Jonathan Collins, meanwhile, sits P3 on 539 points, and Collins holds on to P3 by a slender margin over Kevin Smith, with the Verano Motorsport driver leading the way for the team now on 521 points, only 18 behind. There's a further 12 points towards Craig Tillotson, who completes your top 5, picking up some of his best results of the season last time at MotorLand Aragón, with Daniel Fritz P6 on 451. James Spazzagow also moving up the order into P7 now, ahead of teammate Gabriel Yilmaz by 5 points. It's 30 points clear to Darren Eales ahead of Matt Emmons, who completes the championship stands in terms of your top 10. But let's not forget, best SP11 is Roy Plummer with 348 points, 12 ahead of Riley Sheringham. And it's Mark Ken and Costa Chats Constantia who complete the standings in terms of drivers who've got points all the way to P14. And yet to score any points, we do have Reese Edwards and also Willis Vilmos Blau there, both on 0 points. But then coming to the Team Championship, last but not least, and as we can see, defending champions NXTGEN Pink continue to hold on, and their advantage never really growing, but never being reduced in either fashion, and therefore with an advantage now of what is the best part of 55 points. They'll be hoping to keep Double Sim Racing at the door for a little bit longer as they make their way to this 6th round. Semper Racing, meanwhile, falling a bit further away on 804 points, almost now 200 points off of the top 2, but they do have a sizable gap of the best part of 160 points to NXTGEN in P4, with P5 going to the Sim Racing Collective at this time, only was 9 points off of NXTGEN, and the battle for P4 is heated up, and it'd be rude as not to consider SRL NXTGEN Gold in that context, in the fact they're a further 28 points behind. JW Motorsport sits P7 on 516 points. Ahead of EB Fusion in the world of racing. There's iRacing Esports and Red Grove Projects to complete your top 10, with Jack Jeffries bringing the Red Grove Projects team into the top 10 as a solo effort, and it's a huge effort he's pulled off, and well done to him for breaking into the top 10, but he's going to have to try and hold on. Only 14 points clear of Golding Motorsports, a trio of Downing, Moraes and Vanolst, and there's a sizable gap of the best part of 100 points to Full Tilt V Motorsport in P12. The Full Tilt Motorsport team have only got a 12-point advantage over Track Scotland in the battle for P12, and then it's a sizable gap to Forwards League Esports in P14, 15 points clear of Aztec Racing, then Ace of Spades Racing, not quite in the top 15 there, P16, head of Grant WS Motorsport Racing, Whiskey Runner Racing, Banks Redford West Racing, and Verado Motorsport complete your top 20, and outside the top 20, not scoring points as yet, and these 3 teams organised based on finishing positions results. We'd see the organisation C Racing P21 ahead of Virtuality Autosports, with 287 Motorsport completing the championship standings. But let's come on to our circuit for today then, and our circuit, as we introduced it earlier, is Watkins Glen International, and the classic boot layout of the circuit. We played host to our drivers. The only thing that's missing is the bus stop chicane. That is the run from turns 4 to 5, but otherwise this is the full layout of the circuit in modern day motorsport. Located in the town of Watkins Glen in Schuyler County of the US state of New York, well, as we can see from thanks to the circuit map from iRacing, and thanks to iRacing.com for their brilliant simulator and the fantastic track maps that come with it. And this is a circuit which is all about high speed. And in fact, our drivers roar the way around here. They'll go from corner to corner and look to take a flat-out throttle-in run all the way up towards the next braking zone, alternatively the next lift-off point. And around here, the need for speed is absolutely essential. But as they charge their way across the start-finish line and down into 90 right at turn number 1, they'll make their way out of the corner. It's a flat-out run up for the S's at turns 2, 3, and 4, all the way up towards outer loop at turn number 5. There, they'll need to manage balancing the throttle and the brakes in equal measure, but will return to full throttle to charge their way down into the chute at turn number 6 and continue their run downhill at this point in an off-camber fashion. They'll make their way up towards a toe corner at turn number 7. From there, the heavily cambered corner, we'll see our drivers be shot out of the corner and onto the back straight, and as they make their way down towards hill corner at turn number 8, hard on the brakes into the slowest corner on the circuit, but going through the right-hander and up the rise they'll go. They'll then go into the road surface changes of turn 9 as they make their way back onto the classic cup circuit, and coming through the left-hander and in towards the final 2 corners, turns 10 and 11. Well, turn number 10 is going to be scrutinised quite closely for track limits given the amount of runoff available to our drivers, but it's all going to be then the run into turn 11 and the 90 right to complete lap. That exit will beckon for anybody who gets greedy with speed. But coming on to our rules, a quick reminder because we can't go racing without them. As always, this is a fixed setup series with our drivers being provided with their setups ahead of each and every race thanks to our NXTGEN Racing Administration team. And with regards to the driver classes, they were finalised as the conclusion of round number 3. And the sprint race grid shall be set as follows. The race 1 grid shall be set based on results of qualifying. That's a given. The race 2 grid shall be set based on results of race 1. So whoever takes the win in race 1 starts on pole for race number 2, and we set the order accordingly. And the race 3 grid shall be a reverse grid based on results of race 2 of the reversal position being drawn live from between P13 and P23. Indeed, we'll cut to the commentary booth, we'll break out the NXTGEN Racing Lottery Bowl, we take 2 balls out of the bowl, and whatever number they add together to make, that will be at the reverse grid position. If we take P13 as an example, if the number 13 is drawn, it means the 13th place finisher in race number 2 starts on pole for the purposes of race 3. The race winner for race 2 starts in P13 for race number 3, and those who finish 14th place and downwards start exactly where they finished in race number 2 for the final race of the day. And each driver shall have each driver should say has 1 fast repair available in each race should they pick up any damage, and each race shall conclude after either the allotted lap amount, which is 11 laps today, so approximately 21 minutes of racing, or 30 minutes, whichever one expires first, and 30 minutes may be encroached if we do have multiple safety cars. Now coming on to the extended rules, race tuning is in effect for track limits and also the deployment of the safety car, and as we can see, those pesky track limit infringement warnings are as follows. The first and second warnings, there is no penalty. On the third warning, it's a 5-second post-race time penalty. On the fourth warning, it's doubled to 10 seconds. And on the fifth warning, it becomes a drive-through penalty that must be served within 3 laps. Racing incidents, meanwhile, shall be reviewed post-round. And as always, we continue the theme of success ballast being applied on a race-by-race basis overall and in the Prime and AM class championships. And for qualifying in race 1, that success ballast is based on the championship standings going into the round, whereas for races 2 and 3, we update the success ballast based on the finishing positions on the preceding race. So it's always evolving, and you can't game the success ballast system. But that's enough rules, regulation, everything in between, as we briefly do show you the success ballast tables there for your respective notice. Well, indeed, that's the rules and regulations, and now we do make our way back to circuit side, and we are only approximately what is 1 to 1.5 minutes away from going into our qualifying session of the day. And we'll, as we do so, we look to Lee Horn here, the next gen driver, making his way on through hill corner at turn number 8. And as he does so, feeling confident today and looking good out there. But we've got a lot of Prime drivers who are looking very fast and able on this grid. And I think they'll all be feeling as though there is a huge opportunity to score big, not just in the Prime Championship, but also in what is the overall championship. And we do have some new faces on the grid today, who we will look to introduce when we do go into qualifying. And therefore, stay tuned for those. We've got 3 new drivers, as I understand it. But with only moments to go before we do go into our qualifying session of the day, it's definitely going to be one of those racing events whereby we're not going to really know who is going to be on the finest of form until we do get into what will be the end of the qualifying session, as then we'll get a good idea who is able to carry the speed all the way around this wonderful Watkins Glen International circuit. But as our drivers do get set, you may notice the overlay very briefly will refresh itself, and well, don't be alarmed, ladies and gents, that's because we are loading a little bit of driver data in the background, albeit hopefully that'll be the only time you see it refresh today. Well, we do see up there Toby Prosser, who we say hello to, other newcomers today, who's excited to run his first ever next gen race, and he'll be racing in the Prime class. And we'll have got Prosser out of the circuit. There he is, racing for Aztec Racing, and well, we look forward to seeing how he gets on today, and more introductions to come for him in due course, ladies and gentlemen. But it is time for us to go into qualifying. Who's going to be on pole here at the Glen? Let's find out. So as our 15 minutes get underway, and they will go very quickly indeed today, Wojciech Swirydowicz, championship leader, the first out of the pit lane, and the Semper Racing driver making his way on through, and we're conscious and wary of that pit exit line. Nobody wants to go beyond it, as otherwise they will need to take a drive-through penalty immediately. Well, as Wojciech Swirydowicz makes his way up the hill, what is going to be the key theme here with regards to being able to put yourself on pole? Well, it's a combination of 2 factors. Firstly, as we keep saying time and time again, is your ability to carry speed from quarter to quarter at this circuit and being able to return to full throttle as soon as possible quarter exit, but also picking up a toe. In the fact that we are not running the bus stop chicane, which our driver makes his way past, indeed a number of drivers make their way past on camera. The bus stop chicane is off limits today, and therefore that means it all comes down to how much speed our drivers can carry on those straights. And if you're in the toe, it will add the best part of 2 to 3 miles an hour in the run to the next corner, depending on the length of the straightaway that precedes it. So therefore, slipstream is going to be pivotal, and finding the right pack of drivers to run the toe is also going to be just as key, because you might be in the toe of another driver, but they're not quite on your pace and end up obscuring what will be your ability to break into a corner, alternatively impeding you. Well, if they're on a qualifying lap of their own, it's not an impediment, and indeed you've got to sit behind and gauge the gap accordingly. But as we do see Swirydowicz making his way on down the back straight now, doing a bit of weaving in order to get some tyre temperature, being followed there by the Sim Racing collective cars. And I think that might be the car of what is none other than Andrew Pike, unless I'm mistaken. No, that's Kieran Sharp, in fact, as he makes his way uphill in towards turn number 9 in the Honda Civic Type R. In terms of the former cars we expect today, we are expecting the Audi RS3 to be the speed demon here at Watkins Glen, given the fact it really has been the car that has been dominant in any power circuit that we've had on the calendar. We've had quite a few of those this season. The Honda's going to be a little bit of an oddity here, as on paper you would think that the Honda is going to struggle given its lack of straight line speed and the fact it's more geared towards the corners. But also keep in mind, the Honda is going to be the car that can break the latest into these corners and also carry the best possible apex speed out of all 4 of the machines available to our drivers. So therefore, if the Hondas can stay in a pack of cars that are going quite rapidly and also use their advantage in the corners, there's no reason why we couldn't see a Honda batting for the podium, if not going for the outright win. But it is all going to come down to how closely they can run to the drivers in front and just how much they can capitalise on their apex speeds. Meanwhile, in the midst of it all, we do have the Hyundai Velosters, one of which being articulated by none other than Verona Motorsports' Kevin Smith, as he gets set to go on to his first flying lap in a long pack of AMP drivers, all queuing up behind one another. And the Veloster, of course, has been the jack of all trades, master of none car in the history of the NXTCC. And well, as a result, we are expecting the Velosters to go quite well here, but they will be lacking a little bit of straight line speed by comparison with their rivals. And meanwhile, the Hyundai Elantras are going to be the car which will try to take on what will be the throne of what will be the Audi RS3. But keep in mind as well, the Elantra very strong on the straights all the way up to 5th gear. Its 6th gear found lacking by comparison compared to the Audi RS3, but the Elantra does have the typical one-lap pace that we normally see out of all 4 of the cars. And in qualifying, the Elantra is a monster, but also given at those track temperatures being in excess of 40 degrees centigrade, we are expecting, we do show you the weather on the right hand side of your screen at once again, we do expect the Elantras to struggle here, given the fact that as soon as you head above 40 on the Mercury, well, it does mean you start to see excessive tyre wear accumulate on the front tyres of all the cars, but particularly the Elantra, and therefore that will start to impede it in the final third of each and every race. But as we do see Jarvowski make his way down at the back straight and in towards the braking zone, well, as he comes on down, and all the drivers get absolutely set and ready to go onto what will be the second flying laps if they're not already on one lap. Well, we do look at Alan McCain, who's on his first flying lap as he comes on through the S's, and with the iRacing Esports driver looking for a strong result today. And we'll speak of the team that's looking for a strong result. Verona Motorsport, we see in the YouTube chat, wishing the best luck to their team's drivers and looking for more podiums tonight at a lovely fast-paced track, and indeed one of the fastest tracks out there going, not just on the North American continent, but in the world. And as we do look at the other Verona Motorsport driver of Matt Evans, who is pulling along what is there, Kevin Smith behind him. Well, right now they seem to have articulated their order. I think they feel confident that Evans might be the faster driver of the two of them, and therefore he needs to be the lead driver and give Smith the opportunity to gain a little bit of time and also study his teammate and follow in the wheel tracks. But the initial lap times are coming in, and well, we talked about not underestimating this man earlier on, and well, we're absolutely right here as the organisation's Akram Sadoun makes his way through the S's. And as he goes on to the first of the many straights, well, right now he's the fastest driver out there on a 56.679, and we've been hearing that 56s are the target for most drivers. Will we see a 55 today in qualifying? We'll have to wait and see. Sadoun flashing his lights there to the iRacing Esports driver, who steers clear going into the outer loop right-hander, and was but not being impeded as he makes his way on around, and now he'll be looking to go even faster with a bit less fuel in the car with each and every lap turn, plus also those tyres absolutely now warmed up and dialed in. Of course, the tyres do go off after a while, and he will have to be cognizant of that, but I get the feeling he might be building up the laps and then go for perhaps a cool-down lap before going on the attack once again. But meanwhile, whilst we're seeing what is Sadoun making his way through turn number 7, it's an appropriate time for us to introduce some new drivers to the grid today. And when we start off with Toby Prosso, we saw a little bit of earlier, and we saw him in the YouTube chat, of course, with regards to absolutely excited to making his debut in the Pro-Am class and racing for Aztec Racing. Indeed, we do have quite a few Aztec Racing drivers on the grid, and we'll welcome to Toby. And I do believe this is his first ever Next-Gen Racing Series set of races, or round the racing, we should say. And therefore it is a new frontier for him in the number 41. He'll be racing in the Pro-Am class for the remainder of the season, and we look forward to seeing how he gets on. And right now looking quite strong, P17 overall, P8 in the Pro-Am class, and I think he'll be feeling quite happy that right now he's putting himself right in amongst the field, and we're only halfway through the qualifying session. But carrying on the theme of what is drivers from Aztec Racing, we also do have new to the grid, none other than Jake Pitt, who you can see here, also in the Audi RS3 in the Pro-Am class. And well, he was on the grid in Season 5, and he's back for this season, the second half of it, and we welcome him in the number 15 Audi RS3. But carrying on the Aztec Racing drivers, we also do have a newcomer for Next Gen Racing today, and this is in the AM class. It is Tom Delaney as he makes his way on through turn number 9 into 10. And well, we're eager to see what he can do in the Veloster. You've seen him in Next Gen Racing Series in a long time past. Indeed, he was on the grid for the earlier seasons of the NXTCC. Indeed, what was seasons 1 and 2, if my memory serves me correctly, but not on the grid from season 3 onwards. And well, he's back today in the AM class, currently P36 overall. P7 in the AM class in this qualifying session, so it's the personal best there of 58.898, so breaking into those 58, and well, how far can he go? That is the challenge that will confront him as he continues to push forward further and further into this qualifying session. As he makes his way on through the rise, uphill through turns 2, 3 and 4. Meanwhile, we do look to Stuart Wyness, the Track Scotland driver, following after what is, I do believe, that Kieran Smart just in front of his teammate, and these two drivers becoming a force to be reckoned with over the course of this season. And then mixed results and mixed fortunes at MotorLand Aragón, but sometimes it can be a blip in the run of the championship order. But they have been on the rise over the last 3 or 4 rounds. So we had the lock up there from the full-throttle motorsport car of what was, I do believe, it was the Audi RS3, and that was Mark Kent going a bit deep and backing off on the run down the back straight up towards Hill Corner. So Kent, aware of the fact he's made an error and not wanting to impede anyone, but as they make the way on through Hill Corner. Meanwhile, off camera, Benjamin McCluskey, that we now see on camera, goes P2 with a 56.324, but it is Kieran Sharp who's the fastest driver out there. It's a Honda on provisional pole right now, ahead of a Hyundai Veloster, and well, 2 Velosters in fact, but Daniel Downing now finding even more time. And the Hyundai Elantra for Goldwyn Motorsports takes provisional pole with a 56.157. I get the feeling a 55 is highly possible now, given the lap times that are coming in. But as he makes his way on through the S's, well, he'll be hoping that he can maintain that advantage, at least be the provisional pole sitter in the Pro-Am class. But at Crimson 2 tenths behind, and Sam Smith a little bit further behind, in the fact that it is looking very close up towards the top of the standings right now. And we do have quite the mixing of its Pro-Ams and Pros in the overall top 10. And keep in mind, of course, the Pro-Am score points in the overall championship and also the Pro-Am championship. The Pro-Am championship is more important to them, and they score the points based on their class finishing positions. Meanwhile, our Pros, they only have to compete in what is the overall championship, and they score their points based on their overall finishing positions. So therefore, they won't want any Pro-Ams in front of them, as we can see Downing getting quite close to the rear. Duncan Ray's there, and well, I suspect he might be feeling as though right now they might need to work a little bit of magic in order to swap their drivers around, given that the distance between the two of them, as Ray's pulls away to a degree after what was an error coming through turn number 6 from none other than our provisional pole sitter of Downing. But meanwhile, in the AM class, Matt Emmons currently your provisional AM pole sitter, P30, as he makes his way on down towards turn number 6 into Chute Corner. And will can the Veloster driver from Verano Motorsport hold on to this, given the fact he does have 2 tenths advantage over Mark Sykes currently. Oh, could this be a car runs wide at turn number 6? And that is the car of Luke Jones that's taken a trip to the barrier almost as he rejoins, almost as well, sideswiping his teammate coming out of the corner. And well, that's the fellow Veloster of Ian Manners. And well, it just goes to show you how easy it is to make a mistake. But one thing it's easy not to forget to do today is to get an on-board lap with one of our drivers to give you an idea of exactly what it's like to do a lap around the Watkins Glen International circuit at full pace. And we're going to do so very shortly, ladies and gents, with one of our drivers. I believe we are going to be getting on board with none other than what will be Adam Delman, as he makes his way out the final corner in Honda Civic Type R and roars his way onto another flying lap. So he makes his way down towards 90 right at turn number 1 in 5th gear, and we'll head into the braking zone and braking 200 yards to quarter apex down to 3rd gear, trail brake it off, and immediately back on the throttle as he now makes his way flat out up towards what will be the first long straight. Through the SC goes, flat out through turn number 2 and up the rise here in 5th gear, keeping the throttle completely pinned and trying to keep it as tight as possible to each and every apex curve as the car now rolls out through turn number 4. And at this point it's all just about hoping he's done it up out of turn 1 to give themselves the best possible run down towards turn number 5, flat out and in the toe of one of the NXTGEN Racing purple cars in front. And as he gets ready to go onto the brakes for turn number 5, braking about 300 yards to quarter apex, you can see that the road surface change unsettling the car as he drops to 4th gear, but as he connects the apex, puts the throttle back in, flat out in the run, down towards Chute Corner at turn number 6, and braking here, once again about 300 yards to quarter apex, fighting with the steering wheel as the rear of the car comes loose with the rearward brake bias, and up into 4th gear as he makes his way in towards toe corner. And we'll see, we'll go from off camber corners to camber corner as he makes his way for the right hander, bury the throttle in nice and early, 3rd gear on exit. And with the car in front not having the best of runs, so therefore Delman's going to be released here, and he'll be a little bit aggrieved at this, in the fact he now hasn't got a toe for the remainder of the lap. And that's going to cost him some time as he heads down into Hill Corner, and as he brakes his way 150 yards from quarter apex down to 2nd gear, back on the throttle immediately, back up to 3rd gear, now bring the car gradually over to the right to open up turn number 9, 4th gear, and dropping down the gearbox to 2nd gear as he gets it nice and late on the apex, throttle in, let the car roll out. now making his way towards turns 10 and 11 as he goes up to 4th gear. Tricky corner, turn number 10, left-hander, just hold the throttle, lift and slightly apply the throttle as he makes his way out of the corner and in towards turn number 11, down to 3rd gear. A quick downshift followed by an upshift there as he runs as close as possible to the exit wall. It's a smooth lap from Adam Delmont, but what's it going to be as he heads to the timeline? He has improved in the second half of the lap, and in the end for Adam Delmont, it is P5. It's a brilliant lap there from the SRL with NXTGEN Gold driver, a 156.230, and that puts him only, what is 3/4 of a tenth off of overall pole, which is currently being held by Wojciech Swirydowicz. As the drivers make the way on through into the final closing minutes of this qualifying session. And we say hello to Susie C in the YouTube chat, cheering on the Aztec Racing team tonight, and indeed hoping the team gets some good results. Well, Adam Delmont right now, one of 2 Hondas inside the top 10, the other being just behind him in the relative order, P6 Kieran Sharp. But meanwhile, Wojciech Swirydowicz has been able to find a way to extract the time he needs, only by a single thousandth over Daniel Downing, so it looks like 56.1 is the target. And well, right now Swirydowicz has nailed that target on, but can he do enough to hold on just for a little bit longer in this qualifying session? As Downing would love to try and sneak that what will be the overall pole position, and with it prime pole. As our drivers make the way on around, well, time is running out as Swirydowicz backs off there and tucks into what will be the toe of Benjamin McCluskey, who in turn Swirydowicz has been given the toe for the majority of this lap. So we look forward to seeing what McCluskey can do. He's currently P7 as he comes through the right-hander at turn number 11, and we're getting very close to the exit wall there. You can just see from the camera how close they get and to the timeline as he makes his way on down. And well, I think we're getting a word from race control about something, ladies and gentlemen. And I do apologise for the fact that I think race control tried to mutter something in my ear there, just having to listen briefly, and that's just with regards to the cars making the way on around currently, and well, with the fact that we've had an incident further down the order, which I think has been resolved. But meanwhile, Stamir Jawowski up into P4, and well, right now it's 3 primes inside that top 5, being sandwiched by 2 pros of Swirydowicz and Delmont at the opposite ends of the table, but down into Luna and Jawowski separated by only what is 500ths, if that. Incredible. And meanwhile, in the AM class, well, things are heating up down there as well. They may be down in P32, but as we can see, it is James Spazzaskal. Well, just as I was about to say, his provisional pole, Mark Sykes has jumped up to P20 on what is a 56.567. So suddenly it means that Spazzaskal is no longer the provisional pole sitter in the AM class. In fact, Matt Emmons has moved up to P32. Spazzaskal has been demoted to a degree. And as our drivers make the way down towards turn number 1, well, right now Spazzaskal does not improve, but he has 1 more lap to go. And Mark Sykes, meanwhile, well, championship leader in the AM class, I think he'll be feeling quite confident with regards to what is the performance he's put in here, and this could be another AM pole position, which will take him on through as he makes his way on through outer loop. He won't take anything for granted until this session is all said and done. But meanwhile, Gabriel Yilmaz has just crossed the timeline, and well, as he does, he stays at P47. The last of our drivers who have set a valid lap time, Sam Van Olst with what is a qualifying ban due to instant points picked up at MotorLand Aragón, so therefore he's not permitted to put a lap in. And Mark Redford having issues with the car. Tom Delaney on his debut, currently P44, or what is P10 in the AM class, but the majority of our drivers now making the way on through. Wojciech Swirydowicz has crossed the line. He's improved to a 55.999. Can Daniel Downing find a response? As we look at Downing right now, the prime pole sitter, can he try and fight back for overall pole? Well, I don't think so, but meanwhile Akram Zanoun is on a flying lap, and he goes P2. It's a 56.086, and well, Akram Zanoun in the end leaving it to the last gasp of qualifying, but he sweeps away with Pro-Am pole position in P2 overall. And well, can anybody else find some more time? Sam Smith goes P7 with a last minute improvement. Adam Delmont's cross line, no improvement for him. Marcel Fritsch moves to P21, his best qualifying performance of the season. Kieran Smart has launched his way out the order for Track Scotland into P6 on a 56.275, so a late gain there from Kieran Smart. And well, anybody else able to find another lap? Well, here comes Nick Clemens. And Nick Clemens in the end, well, he's in fact on a cool-down lap here. He's gone P23 or P13 in Pro-Am. And well, as the drivers make the way up through, well, that is qualifying complete, ladies and gentlemen. And in the end, we do do have only one more try yet to complete a lap, and it is Roy Plummer, but in fact he comes into the pit lane, so therefore Plummer is not going to improve from P46 on the grid, but once again Wojciech Swirydowicz takes overall pole despite the success ballast in that car, the best part of 56 kilograms, and alongside on the front row of the grid will be your prime pole sitter of Akram with Mark Sykes at the last draw of this qualifying session going P16 for AM pole position, and will take in that AM pole position by the best part of 18 places over James Matsesgale, who was in the end able to find the time to get back ahead of Matt Emmons, and well, Sykes taking AM pole by 4 tenths. And what a margin there from the NXTGEN Racing driver as he makes his way on down towards always the toe corner. But as we look behind him, we can see there Matt Emmons right now following the footsteps of the AM Championship leader. Well, he's got his own AM Championship battle on today with Smatsesgale, no doubts about it. And well, qualifying is complete, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a thrilling session, and well, in the end, the top 30 being separated by under a second. In fact, the top 35 separated by a second precisely. And now we head to the grid for our first race of the day, and the grid will line up as follows for what is race 1 of round 6 of season 6 of the NXTCC, powered by IMB Racewear and brought to you on iRacing. Wojciech Swirydowicz has taken pole position for Semper Racing, and on the front row of the grid he will be joined by pro and pole sitter Akram Zanoon for the organisation. And well, the last time that Akram Zanoon was on the front row of the grid was in our season opener, where he was able to take the overall pole position. Daniel Downing starts P3 for Goldwing Motorsport, joined on the second row of the grid by fellow prime driver Semper Racing Slavomir Jarvosky. And then we have Adam Delman, who starts P5 for SRO and NXTGEN Gold, head of Kieran Smart for Track Scotland. Behind him is the Briton of Kieran Sharp for the Sim Racing Collective. 2 Hondas inside that top 10, and both Hondas doing well to do so, Delman and Sharp, with the second of the Hondas there being followed up by Sam Smith for iRace Esports. Benjamin McCluskey starts P9 for NXTGEN Pink, ahead of Patrick Falconer for JW Motorsport, and that is your top 10. And keep your eyes on Patrick Falconer, and a great qualifying performance, his best qualifying performance of the season. Can he convert that into a top 10 in the first race of the day? Reese Watt starts P11 for JW Motorsport, ahead of Luciano Witvoet for World of Racing. And then on row number 7, it'll be Alex Meredith, P13 for NXTGEN, ahead of Full Tilt Motorsports' Ben Altria. Gavagola starts P15 for NXTGEN Pink, ahead of Mark Sykes for NXTGEN, with his best qualifying performance of the season, P16. And it's Russell Fowler, P17 for Performance Thing Esports, ahead of Jack Jeffries for Red Grove Projects, not quite able to match his previous best qualifying performances. Lee Horn for NXTGEN, Jamie Dory for NXTGEN Pink complete your top 20, with row number 11 following and being populated by Marcel Fritsch for WS Racing Esports and Adam McNally for SRO in NXTGEN Gold. We'll then have on row number 12 Nick Clemens for iRace Esports and Matthew Sheraton for Aztec Racing, and they will be followed up by what will be the pairing on row 13 of Isaac Doble for Double Sim Racing and Luke Jones for JW Motorsport. Alan McCain starts P27 for iRace Esports, ahead of Toby Prosser on his debut for Aztec Racing, and a good qualifying performance there from the Briton. And it'll be the South African of Duncan Race, who starts P29 for Goldwing Motorsport, ahead of Stuart Wyness for Track Scotland, who completes your top 30, and the Scotsman will be followed up by Matthew Addy at P31. The NXTGEN driver will then be joined by JW Motorsports' Ian Manners, with Joe Zidol P33 for Double Sim Racing. And then we have second place AM driver on the grid, starting P34 of James Smadsesgale, and he'll have behind him the AM pair of Matt Emmons Verano Motorsport and Full Tilt Motorsports' Mark Kent, who starts P36. On round number 19, it's Jack Southard for the Sim Racing Collective and Kevin Smith for Rhino Motorsport, with Jake Pitt P39 for Aztec Racing ahead of Jonathan Collins for Whiskey Runner Racing. And then Daniel Fritz starts P41 with the sister team driver of Jonathan Collins, with Craig Tillerson for Fusion Racing starting P42. And then we do have on row number 22, will be Costa Chats Continental for 287 Motorsport, head of Tom Delaney on his debut for NXTGEN, P44. Darren Hill starts P45 for Ace of Spades Racing, ahead of Roy Plummer for NXTGEN. And then the last driver to get a valid lap on the board, Gabriel UMS, starts P47 for Aztec Racing. He'll be joined on the 24th row of the grid by Sam Valois for Goldwing Motorsport with that qualifying ban. And Mark Redford, if he is able to get the car started, will be starting, last but not least, P49 on this 49 car grid. Well, the grid is set, ladies and gentlemen, and we are only about 15 seconds away from going at green flag racing for the first time today. And Wojciech Swirydowicz, despite all the weight and every change thrown at him, has found pole position once again today. But will he be able to bring home the first win of the day? With the pressure of Akram Zanoon alongside him, the prime pole sitter, who's got the pressure of Daniel Dan and Slavomir Jarvosky behind him. And well, it's a short run to turn 1, but it's that run to turn 5. We're expecting all the drama and battles to kick off, as all of the field is set. The lights are going on, and it's going to be what will be for the first time today 1 red light, 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. And it's lights out and away we go for our first race of the day at the Glen as Wojciech Swirydowicz gets a slightly slower start compared to Zanoon as they pick their way out towards turn number 1. But Swirydowicz has been able to hold on. Zanoon thinks about the move but can't quite get in. And as they all make their way in towards the opening corner, it's going to be Kieran Smart battling around the outside of Kieran Sharp. The battle of the 2 Kierans, and it looks as though it will be Sharp who stays there for a brief moment. But as they make their way up the rise here and going on through the S's, we look to the blimp camera to that wonderful perspective of all the drivers making their way. Oh, goodness me, it's gone very, very wrong further down the order as we've got multiple cars coming together, including Mark Sykes, the AM pole sitter, who's had it all go very, very wrong, and the field right now having to try and tease their way through what is a log jam of cars here as they make their way up through the S's. And well, if that's not going to be a safety car, I don't know what is, ladies and gentlemen. But as they make their way all through, everyone right now, if you're outside the top 15, it's been a disaster. And meanwhile, further up the order, we've got battling action of plenty as they make their way out of outer loop with Patrick Falconer having a good start and holding on to his P11, having dropped 1 place. And well, as the drivers make their way on down through turn number 6 in towards 7. Well, we'll very shortly take a look back at what happened on the opening lap, but I can tell you definitely it's been a dramatic start to this race. And here we do see Adam Delman battling side by side with Daniel Downing coming out of toe corner and onto the back straight. But he's moved up to P3, 2 places overall, getting ahead of Downing and also Jaworski. The 2 Prime drivers have qualified ahead of him, but battling side by side, they go into Hill Corner. And I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the safety car has been deployed. It is waiting on what is the pit lane exit at the moment. So we are racing up to the start-finish line, and well, it's now going to be Downing coming back on the inside through left-hand of turn number 9 versus Delman. These two are going to be nipping up all the way to the end of the lap, and Delman getting the better run out of turn number 9. He's on the outside here into 10, and both of them right now are going to be having a drag race all the way to the start-finish line to see who's earned the position. But Delman on the inside into turn 11. I think you'll feel confident he's got this place as they make their way out of that corner. And well, after 1 lap of racing, we will be under safety car conditions, ladies and gentlemen, as we go to lap number 2. And Wojciech Swirydowicz is your leader overall ahead of Akram Zadun, your prime leader, P2 for the organisation. Adam Delman in the end is P3, and well, Daniel Downing being passed there briefly by Slavomir Jaworski. I think Jaworski just reacted a little bit late, but he won't be penalised as he has given the place back. So Downing P4 ahead of Slavomir Jaworski P5, Kieran Smart P6, Kieran Sharp P7, Reese Watt P8, Benjamin McCluskey P9, Luciano Witvoet P10, and Patrick Falconer Best Rest P11. And meanwhile, your AM leader is Matt Emmons, who's P24 ahead of Craig Tillerson, who's just behind him there. The 2 Veloster drivers have had an absolutely brilliant start. But the big question all of you will be wanting to know the answer to is what exactly happened at the race start and what happened in the S's sequence. And well, let's take a look back and find out. And we are going to be taking a look back at what happened from what is Mark Sykes' perspective in this replay. And well, as he got underway, a good start for Mark Sykes as he made his way up towards turn number 1. And was he brought his way on through. You can see just in front there the full tilt motorsport car of Ben Altria also getting away cleanly as they made the way through. And this is where we'll pick up the helicopter camera that will follow Sykes up through the S's. Now, was there an instant in front that triggered it off? Well, it was 3 wide into the S's. You can see Jamie Dory poking his nose in, and in the end, Jack Jeffries and Mark Sykes squeezing the nose of what was Jamie Dory there, and that is what set off the chain reaction of drivers. And well, then everyone coming into the scene, the incident, Jack Jeffries being turned into the air, and well, very unfortunate as all the drivers came on through, and in the end everyone tried to find a bit of space but not quite able to do so. We take another look back at that, and this will be from Jack Jeffries' perspective in terms of the on-board with the Red Grove Projects driver as he got underway with Sykes just in front. And well, you can hear Jeffries there having a lot of wheel spin on the initial launch, so losing out quite considerably. Russell Fowler making multiple places just in front of the Fornsling Esports Audi. Now through turn number 1 on his outside, this was, I do believe, Jamie Dory there battling around the outside. And as they made the way on through, well, now this is where it's going to get uncomfortable for Jeffries as he's going to follow in the footsteps there of the Fornsling Esports Audi. And then, well, Jeffries being a 3 wide, he'll feel as though he's done enough to avoid being in contact, and he's just a passenger in the car. And we're in the end, further cars coming on through, and we're in the end being sent skyward there as somebody not quite able to see the stricken, what was Red Grove Projects Elantra. But a disastrous start to the day for many a driver. And well, as we return to your live racing pictures, ladies and gentlemen, well, all the drivers are still out there in the safety car. still being out as they make the way on through, and well, we can see the safety car there. It's not coming in at the end of this lap, and we'll see Alan Loof there, the YouTube chat saying too much curve pushes you out, and indeed it may have been a bit of contact with the curve for Jeffries that would have pushed his car a little bit further wide on, coming on through the S's, and therefore just leading to that freeway contact. And well, as we can see Alejandro Alarte talking about the safety car being there, and indeed the safety car in place right now as our drivers continue to make the way on around. Also see Howie74 saying that that's a big one, indeed a nasty shunt for many a driver. And what I can tell you, we have had the best part of what is 22 drivers come into the pit lane for repair work on the car, the fast repair aiding them, and well, most of the field now around onto the back of the pack. But it's definitely served to shake up the middle of the order. And we also say hello to All About the Gyro there, who says we got lucky that Ben did not get caught up, in reference to Ben Altria, I do believe, who was moving to P14, was just able to avoid being involved in that freeway incident that set off the domino effect going on through the S's. And well, as all the drivers now get ready to go racing once again, I suspect if we don't see the safety car in at the end of this lap, then we will see it in at the end of lap number 4, and that'll be for the race director to decide. And well, I have had confirmation in my ear from race director that safety car will be in at the end of this lap, so we will be going racing from lap 4 onwards. We are going to have at least 8 laps of racing to go onwards all the way to the finish. And as our drivers get set, we do say hello to Dino Dugowitz there, talking about drivers piling into the scene of the incident. And well, definitely I think there might be a word or two to those drivers in the stewards room after the racing today with regards to what happened through the S's. And well, as Wojciech Swirydowicz leads the field on around, we look a little bit further down the order to Gavin Gardner. And as we ride aboard with the next gen peak driver in P15, well, he's definitely made a good start. No places gained, no places lost. But the number 11 driver from the United Kingdom will be grateful to have avoided the chaos and carnage around him on the open lap. And as our drivers made the way on through towards the second half of this lap, we do say hello in the Facebook chat there to Katie Eames. And well, Katie, wishing the best luck to the Roller Motorsport pair of Kevin Smith and Matt Emmons. And we're not doing too bad here in the quarantine booth. Katie, absolutely excited. It's a hot day at Watkins Glen, I'm not going to lie. And in this quarantine booth getting quite toasty at the moment. But to be fair, all the heat and all the action is on circuit, and it's hotted up between our drivers. And well, very soon we are going to be going green flag racing once again. And well, we come from Gavin Gardner's car to a little bit further down the order, and Emmons versus Tillerson is the argument of the AM class here, which these two will be leading once we get back underway. It's Emmons who is the leader, but Tillerson will be looking at a golden opportunity to try and take his first AM win of the season, or at least make it another AM podium. But meanwhile, the safety car has peeled away, and it's to Wojciech Swirydowicz to take us to green flag racing, ladies and gentlemen. The safety car into the pits. Swirydowicz can go when he's ready, and he has gone into the final corner. So it's green flag once again as we go to lap number 4, and Wojciech Swirydowicz nails the restart as they make the way down towards turn number 1. But meanwhile, Adam Delmont on the charge here, looking to try and come back versus Zanone as they make the way in towards 90 right, and down through the right-hander they go. But as they do, Reese Watt a little bit further behind, having a great start, the Genuine Motorsport driver, and he's had some bad luck this season in the number 32, but that bad luck not plaguing him today as he makes his way up the rise through the S's. And well, as he does so, build up the speed, we jump on board, looking down over the top of the 32 in that tow, excruciatingly close here to the back of Benjamin McCluskey, but he knows it's not the time to attack right now. He's got to wait, he's got to bide his time. In fact, he's going to give a little bit of a bump there to McCluskey to try and push him forward to go after what is Sharp. I think worried the fact that the next gen racing car is losing the pack in front and wanting him pulling to the outside, but McCluskey going a bit defensive into outer loop, not wanting to lose the position as they make the way off through the right-hander and down into left-hander they go. And well, bump drafting, of course, very tricky to do in these touring car machines, so only do it on the long straight. And as they make the way on through turn number 6 up towards 7. Meanwhile, a bit further down the order, this is Jack Southfield of battling with Luke Jones, a P11 in the Pro class. Remember, points are scored. Oh, goodness me! Contact there between Southfield and Jones. And well, Luke Jones' season goes from rough to even more rugged as the Genuine Motorsport driver brings it back together in the right direction. But that car is smoking. It's off track on the inside. He's likely to try and get it around if he can. But I'd imagine the Welshman here might have to toe to the pits, given the uphill run and turn number 8 into turn number 9, but we'll have to wait to see what he can do as he tries to recover the car, and a nasty shunt there between himself and Wojciech Swirydowicz, and whether space was given or not between the two drivers, we'd have to take a replay and see. But meanwhile, we do look to Jamie Dory, who's already trying to battle his way back through the field as quickly as possible as he makes his way out the inside of Constanzo, and we're into P25, and Dory still on the charge as they make the way towards the next lap. As they do so right now from Dory. Tillotson just in front, and Samuels has got ahead of Tillotson to separate Emerson Tillotson in the battle for the AM lead. But these battles coming thick and fast, and we're speaking of further battles. Well, let's take a look back at what happened between Jones and Southfield as we do get a replay. And well, speaking of that instant, here it is on the replay, ladies and gentlemen, and this was the battle between Jones and Southfield for what was at the time P19 overall as they made the way down into turn number 6 on lap number 4 only moments ago. And as they emerge from the corner, making their way onwards here, Southfield on the outside to inside, and in the end it looks as though, it's very hard to tell, but I think both drivers went the inside run into toe corner, and in the end Jones being turned across the front of Southfield. But did he come across, or did Southfield come across into Jones? That's the one thing that the stewards will be looking at after the racing. And well, an unfortunate moment there that has definitely left Jones heavily wounded for this first race of the day. But we return to your live racing pictures, and as we do, we look to Luciano Witvoet, P10 currently, and looking to keep Patrick Falconer behind. And Falconer right now, I'm not quite sure what he's had for breakfast today, but I can tell you he's enjoyed some of his finest racing of the season as we ride aboard and look back from the rear on the Dutchman of the world of racing of Witvoet. And there you can see Falconer ahead of Alex Meredith, and Meredith right now P6 in the prime class, and also absolutely galvanised here, knowing that the primes really do seem to be enjoying some of the finer racing today as they make their way down in towards Hill Corner. And as they come through the right hand, and we're right now Witvoet 6/10 off of what to do. Keep a look behind, of course, that Witvoet is carrying the best part of 50 kilograms of success bars. Meanwhile, Falconer, by comparison, is carrying none whatsoever. So therefore, for Witvoet, he's going to be dragging a lot of weight around in a rather slow on the straights Veloster compared to the Audi that's chasing him. And the weight difference is only going to compound the woe they'll be feeling as he makes his way through turn number 10 in towards 11. But still, there is time to be left in this race. They made the way out of the final corner, grazed the wall there for the number 60, albeit not to hurt his speed too much as they make the way onto lap number 6 as they come down towards the braking zone. Meanwhile, McCluskey just in front, and Reese Watt all over the back of him. I think Watt right now trying to give McCluskey every little push he can to move along, but I think right now with the success bus that's in the car, McCluskey, that's just only costing them both more and more time. But meanwhile, speaking of drivers who are trying to make up some time, Joseph Doble made a very difficult qualifying session, qualified all the way down in what was P33 overall. We're right now going 3 wide there with Chats Constanto and also Fridge, and Marcel Fridge looking to try and make his way on through. And the WS Racing Esports driver from Austria tried to battle his way into P28 past Chats Constanto, but as they made the way down at the first long straight, well, it's going to be a drag race here. And you see Chats Constanto flash his lights trying to get into Doble's head, and I don't think it's going to work. As meanwhile, Kevin Smith under pressure of Prosser. Prosser looks up the inside as they head in towards Outer Loop. This is a P30. Prosser going all in here, and Gabriel Yilmaz behind. This will help Yilmaz in the battle of the AM drivers, and I think Prosser and Yilmaz will coordinate on radio how best to try and get Smith to go backwards towards Yilmaz in their battle for P4 in the AM class. But as they make their way on down through left-hander, Spencer's out on the inside his teammate, so Yilmaz all run out of Outer Loop going into what is there, excuse me, as we do see Yilmaz fade in and out of existence due to latency, and will do the barrier there, and was he makes his way in towards toe corner, losing a lot of places after a small little bit of a run with James Spencer's his teammate from Aztec Racing. But Mark Kemp battling around the outside now, and in the AM class, absolutely ferocious battling here as the full tilt motorsport driver looks at the run around the outside, and meanwhile Yilmaz tries to cut back to the inside of the braking in towards Hill. He can't do it, and Mark Kemp getting another place in the 656 car as he moves up to P34. It's P6 in the AM class. But as we look from outside the top 30 to the back at the front of the field as they head on to lap number 7, another 5 laps to go. Separation, Swirydowicz still leads, but that advantage he has over Ankramstone is being chiselled away bit by bit as they power their way on towards the S's once again. And what Adam Delman only got is 2.5 tenths behind the top 3 altogether. Daniel down in half a second off here, but the key point being that Wojciech Swirydowicz might have had the start that he wanted, but the restart worked out as well. But the weight in the car is starting to hold him back, and with that Ankramstone, who's in a very light by comparison Pro-Am Audi RS3, Well, here comes Zanoon looking for a potential move. Where is he? No, it's going to be a bit of a tap on the rear end. It's going to be a bump draft down in towards the outer loop corner. And I think the idea here is that Zanoon wants to stay ahead and not fight too well because he's worried about Daniel Downing down in P4 getting involved in this battle. But I suspect on the final lap, the gloves may come off by comparison as they make their way down. And here comes Down, but it's a late move to the inside of the braking. A little bit of a moment there with regards to the rear of the car coming loose. But as they make their way out of the corner, Delman lunges to the inside, using the Honda's brakes, its strength, as they head in towards toe corner. But Delman can't quite find his way through, and I think eager to try and clear the prime in front of him and make it a two-way pro fight for the overall win. As they head onwards towards what will be at turn number 8. Well, meanwhile, Kieran Smart at the back of this group and Kieran Sharp as well. The two Kierans following through. Your top 7 being separated by only what is 2.5 seconds, if that. And meanwhile, you've then got your second pack, which does consist of Reece Watt through to none other than Patrick Falconer, with Alex Meredith falling to a degree behind this now as they make their way up the hill towards turn number 9. But Jack Southfield in the rear of the picture, making his way in towards P17, getting ahead of Russell, well, not Russell Fowler, looking to try and get ahead now of Russell Fowler, but getting ahead of Sam Smith. And as the Sim Racing Collector's drive comes through turn at number 9 in towards 10, well, right now the number 48 driver making some ground and in fact gaining 20 places overall. And 12 in his class, all the way up to P10 in the prime class from P22 class start. And Will Southfield making the most of what was the carnage and chaos of the opening lap. And sometimes you've got to have luck on your side, and you've also got to have that commitment, and that's exactly what the Sim Racing Collector driver has in pairs. But he makes his way down towards turn number 1. Meanwhile, we do have the ongoing battle between what is none other than Luciano Witvoet and Patrick Falconer. 2 wide they go in to the S's for the 8th time of asking, and Falconer does squeeze ahead to a degree, as we can see Witvoet now starting to feel the pain of success. But as Falconer, meanwhile, in the Audi RS3, being able to just accelerate his rival as they make their way towards the highest point of the circuit, and down towards turn number 5 they go. McCluskey offering the toe to whoever wants to follow in his wheel tracks as they head in towards turn number 5. Reece Watt a further second up the road, steering clear of all the danger of being involved in this battle as McCluskey goes a bit deep there under braking into 5. That's going to bring Falconer right back into the mix here versus McCluskey as they head in towards shoot corner at turn number 6. Through left-hander they go down into the boot. However, as they make the way off Apex, well, in the end it looks as though Falconer not quite close enough to be able to entertain a move. But meanwhile, Witvoet is getting closer and closer, all over the back of his rival now as they head in towards turn at number 7. And we're looking to get the power down as soon as possible. But Falconer there struggling to get the power down compared to Witvoet, as we can see the Dutchman very close here as we look to the exterior cameras. As they head down towards a Wappy Hill corner onto the brakes, will Witvoet look to the inside? No, he won't. He'll just wait and tuck in behind at feeder zone. Battling now could cost the pair of them time versus McCluskey, and neither of them will want to lose McCluskey. You can count on that. As they head up the hill, meanwhile we do look a little bit further down the order to Medal Trier, but right now in P14, or what is in the prime class, P7. He's chasing after Gavin Gardner with Lee Horn only a second behind and quite eager to steer clear of him. And meanwhile in the AM class, Matt Emmons still in a very comfortable AM lead for Ferrari Motorsport, with Craig Tillotson behind by 2.2 seconds. But Tillotson putting in a great performance here for what would be his first ever second place in the AM class of Fusion Racing, to add to what was, I do believe, a maiden podium earlier on in the season, and I think that was a MotorLand Aragón that we did see his first AM podium. So therefore Tillotson, I think right now absolutely feeling confident that things are working out quite nicely, albeit he won't want to let that confidence become misplaced. But meanwhile, just behind in the rear of the picture, and our cameraman focus on it, this is Nick Clemens battling with Jack Jeffries, and they're fighting as well with Kevin Smith, as it's Clemens who goes up the inside of Smith into turn 1. But as they do, Jack Jeffries behind, not quite able to find a way through. But meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, in all of this, the leaders are battling overall, and this is the battle for the overall lead. And who out of the pros or primes will be winning the overall race? It's Swirydowicz on your left, it's Zanoon on your right. Down they come from outer loop into shoot corner, and it's Zanoon on the inside. And will the Audi RS3 for the organisation takes the lead of this race, with Wojciech Swirydowicz not quite able to make it too wide all the way out towards toe. And what a move from Akram Zanoon as they make the way on through the right-hander. But do keep in mind, we've still got multiple laps to go. And as the organisation driver pulls off of Apex there at turn number 7, he'll be more than wary of the fact that Swirydowicz will be looking to come back here as soon as possible as they make their way down in towards turn number 8. And as they do, around the outside goes Swirydowicz. too wide as they make their way through the right-hander uphill towards turn number 9. And Swirydowicz to the inside now, in towards the left-hander at 9. And well, he's not giving in here. This is going to bring the whole field back together as they make their way through the left. And into turns 10 and 11 they go. Swirydowicz retakes the lead with 2 laps to go come the end of this one. Adam Delman's right behind the Honda driver, waiting to pounce in the wings. We've also got Daniel Downing, Slavomir Javoski, and Kieran Smart and Kieran Sharp. Your top 7 separated now by less than 2 seconds from all the fighting between your leaders. And here comes Delman as he looks to try to out-drag Zanu down towards turn number 1. And will the SRO NXTGEN Gold driver, I think he's going to do this. And the thing is as well, he's got the brakes in that Honda, but can he clear Zanu and get into the tyre? Swirydowicz for the S's. The answer is no, he can't. And Zanu right now is going to make this too wide for the S's. And naturally, this will cost the pair of them time. And Swirydowicz will be able to gradually start to pull away. But as they make the way all the way from turn 3 out towards 4, you can see there Daniel Downing behind, trying to figure out who to place his bets against, which horse to back, as they say. In the fact, he wants to pick the tyre of the car that's going to be the faster down this straight, and therefore he can make his way through and make a pass on the driver who falls behind by comparison. As he tucks by Adam Delman is on the inside, down they come towards outer loop, and as they do, Delman's still there. Zanu on the outside, Zanu loose the rear of the car slightly there, the car sliding loose, and as they do, it's going to be too wide on exit. That is going to be down in Javoski, who are fighting, and they're trying to make it 3 wide with Zanu. As you can see, there Javoski backing off. He was going to be in the middle of what would be a 3 wide that was always going to close up on him. And as they make the way out of the corner on towards turn number 7, a thrilling racing between the drivers, and Howie74 says it best. Good racing in the YouTube chat, and no doubts about it as they continue to push on. And Wojciech Swirydowicz should be grateful for the breather, but also now he'll be a little bit concerned at the fact that he's got a Honda behind him, and this is going to be a very different type of battle. In the fact, he'll know that straight line speed-wise, he should in theory have the advantage over the Honda of Adam Delman, but it's in the corners that Delman can carry more speed and he can brake later, and that is where Delman could potentially snatch away this win if he can get close enough on the final lap. But as they make the way off of turn number 9, meanwhile, we look a little bit further back to Lee Horn, who continues to try and hound his way past Ben Altrier for his P14 and P7 in the prime class, with Gavin Garner just in front of Brian, almost run into the exit wall there. And when we did see contact to the wall for what was Jack Southfield just behind, as a Sim Racing Collective driver grazing the wall. But as they make the way up through in towards the final lap, well, we look to your race leader as he makes his way down, ladies and gents. Swirydowicz leads for one more turn in this first race of the day, but can he hold on? That's the question. The white flag waves, but will it be a place that he's going to surrender at the end of this lap, or will he hold on versus Delman? Meanwhile, towards the back of the group, the Track Scotland driver Kieran Smart continues to charge on as we ride on board with the Scottish Elantra as he makes his way through turn 3 and in towards 4. And as he does so, will everybody right now in the toe of each other, everybody neutralising the slipstream advantage they gain naturally as they power their way on down the main straight. Well, we can see here a potential move being thought about by Daniel Downing, but as they head on down, meanwhile, Wojciech Swirydowicz and Adam Delman into turn number 5. Delman looks up the inside, trying to outbrake his rival. He can't do it, with Swirydowicz just simply sweeping on natural race tonight. Gabriel Yilmaz in front, missing the front bumper. Could Yilmaz get involved in this with blue flags waving? We'll have to wait and see. But meanwhile, just a bit further back, Patrick Falconer tried to also get on the inside of McCluskey for P9 overall as they head into shoot corner, but no such luck, and being made to wait his turn. But as they make the way in towards Ty, we can see there McCluskey having to defend hard, but all the way to the car of Falconer, trying to gain another place before this is all over. But as they make the way through the right-hander turn at number 7, meanwhile, we look back to your race leaders, and well, Delman takes the peak. He thinks about it, but he can't find it. 3 more corners to go. And as they come out of turn number 9, out turn number 8, up towards turn number 9, the only overtaking spot now really is going to be into the final corner, but that's going to require Delman to get exceptionally close coming out of 10. I don't think he's going to be able to get it. Ankram Zanu behind as well is looking safe versus Slavomir Javoski. And as they make the way through the penultimate corner, Swirydowicz has just got to now this final braking zone, much like on any other lap, and indeed he does not succumb to the pressure as he exits the final corner, and the checker flag gets ready to wave, and despite the pressure placed on him, it's Semper Aces Wojciech Swirydowicz who takes the first win of the day ahead of Adam Delman. Ankram Zanu, P3 overall, takes your prime win for the organisation. And a Slavomir Javoski and Daniel Downing, Kieran Smart P6 and a Kieran Sharp, Reese Watt, Benjamin McCluskey and Patrick Falcon to complete your top 10. Luciano Witvoet P11. And meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, to cross line, taking his first AM win, it is none other than Brunner Motorsports' Matt Emmons in the number 72, who'll be absolutely ecstatic with that. And first time second place in the AM class for Craig Tillerson for Fusion Racing, with a P25 overall, and what a drive there from him. And Kevin Smith is going to make it a double podium for Verano Motorsport in the AM class with P32 that translates into a P3 in class. What a moment for Verano Motorsport, another great set of results for them. We've still got a few more drivers to come through and finish their race, including, I do believe, Mark Sykes, who in the end, despite that pole position of being involved in that open lap incident, takes P43. It'll then be Darren Ills who comes on through for Ace of Spades Racing to take P44, and then we will have, last but not least, P45, Luke Jones, who comes to the timeline with JW Motorsport, with Jonathan Collins and Gabriel Yilmaz finish at least one lap, if not more, down. And the same for Duncan Rise and Mark Redford, not able to get the car onto the grid. But what a first race of the day. And in the end, Wojciech Swirydowicz taking the overall win, despite the pressure of Affectionately in the early and mid stage of the race, and Adam Delman in the late stages. And Delman, that P2 in the Honda, just going to show that he may not be in the fastest car out there, but if you're smart enough to get into the right place, you'd be on that podium. And Affectionately putting in an absolutely stellar stint to take the Pro-Am win, and we're at a P3 overall, head of Slawomir Jawowski and Daniel Downing. And will that Pro-Am podium, I think they'll all be very happy to be on that podium, and also very pleased to pick up a huge haul of overall points in the championship as they all begin to wind their way down. And will the third of the pro drives with Kieran Sharp, who in the end couldn't quite find his way past Kieran Smart, but I don't think he'll be too upset about that, for the simple reason a P7 overall will translate into a good haul of points, given so many pro drives finished outside the top 10 in this first race of the day. As they all come into the pit lane, indeed it's going to be a little bit of a traffic jam as everyone comes to a stop. But we do look to your AM winner of Matt Emmons, and as he makes his way into the pits as well, I think he'll be absolutely ecstatic when he gets out the car. And well, the same as well for Fusion at Racing to Craig Tillerson. Well, it has been a brilliant start to the day for the Fusion Racing driver. Avoided all the carnage on lap one, and then just kept his head down and finished 4.3 seconds off of Emmons. And well, I think he won't be too upset about that. And with Kevin Smith round off that AM podium as he makes his way out of the final corner, lights flashing there, he knows it's a happy time of Verano Motorsport. And indeed, the team will be absolutely jubilant with both of their drivers. But as most of the fielders come into the pits, let's take a look at those race results subject to any stewards' inquiries, and here they are. So after an absolutely thrilling opening race of the day in round 6 of season 6 of the NXTCC, Wojciech Swirydowicz taking the win, having started on pole and coming home your winner for Semper Racing by 3/10 over SL NXTGEN Gold's Adam Delmont. P3 went to your prime winner at Kremsnoon for the organisation, and an absolutely brilliant and bold drive from the 139 driver with Slawomir Jawowski, the runner-up in the prime class, P4 overall for Semper Racing, and your prime podium being finished off by Goldwing Motorsports' Daniel Downing, who returns to strong form with a P5 overall. Kieran Smart, P6 there for Track Scotland, missing out on the prime podium, but the team will be happy to see that he's right up there in the number 39, head of Kieran Sharp for the Sim Racing Collective, and then at Reese Watt for JW Motorsport, a P5 in prime, a P8 overall, and fending off the charges of both Benjamin McCluskey for Next Gen Pink and Patrick Falconer for JW Motorsport. And we'll credit where it's due, a brilliant charge from Falconer to take the final spot in the overall top 10, and indeed the JW Motorsport driver will be happy to see that he's just managed to creep ahead of Luciano Witvoet in the end. Speaking of the world of racing driver, best of SP11, the Dutchman, feeling the weight in the car, no doubt about it. That success battle is holding him back. With Alex Meredith, P12 for Next Gen, ahead of Garen Gardner, and it was Ben Altrier and Russell Fowler to complete your top 15. From the Performance Thing Esports driver, it was only 2/10 to Lee Horn, who was ahead of Jack Southfield. And then Isaac Doble at P18 ahead of Ian Manners and Sam Vidal to complete your top 20. And the Goldwing Motorsport drive being followed up by Next Gen's Matthew Addy and Next Gen Peaks Jamie Dory. And we'll for them to Sam Smith for iRacing Esports. And then your AM winner Matt Emmons P24 for Verano Motorsport, who took the win by 4.35 seconds over Fusion Races Craig Tillerson, run up in the AM class P25. Jake Pitt P26 in a difficult debut, albeit the fact he was able to avoid the majority of the carnage on lap 1 and in the end make his way up the order. But I think he would have been hoping for perhaps a little bit more all in all for Aztec Racing. Head of Joseph Doble, the Doble Sim Racing driver, definitely struggling in qualifying, but able to gain 6 places from his starting position. And Toby Prosser on his debut at P28 for Aztec Racing, and a good set of points there for what is that finishing position of P16 in the prime class. We then do see outside the top 28, Marcel Fritsch and Jack Jeffries to complete your top 30. And you got to feel for the Red Grove Projects driver who was looking good at the start, but involved in that open lap incident that triggered off the domino effect. And then Nick Clemens P31 ahead of Kevin Smith, who completed the AM podium for Rhino Motorsport of Emmons, Tillotson and Smith. With Alan McNally, Alan McCain and Matthew Sheraton to complete your top 35. Stuart Winers P36, the Track Scotland driver, unfortunate to get caught up in the opening incident. He'll be looking to recover in race number 2. Head of Mark 10 for Full Tilt v Motorsport. And then to complete the top 40, it was Costa Track Scotland 2, Tom Delaney and Daniel Fritz, with Tom Delaney, the next-gen driver, making his debut. A solid start there with what was in the AM class, none other than a P6 in class ahead of Fritz by a slender margin. And Jay Spazescow just missed out the top 40, P41 for Aztec Racing. Roy Plummer, Mark Sykes, Darren Ills and Luke Jones completed your top 45, and with it all drivers who finished on the lead lap. A lap down, Jonathan Collins there for Whiskey Runner Racing, 3 laps down to Gabriel Yilmaz for Aztec Racing, and 4 laps down to Duncan Moraes. And then unfortunately we weren't able to see Mark Redford get his car out onto the circuit due to technical issues, and therefore he'll be your sole classified non-finisher, as all of our other drivers finished over half the race distance. But that was our first race of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We've still got 2 more races to come, and race number 2 is coming up shortly. But whilst we are waiting to get underway with race number 2, shortly we're going to get a quick word from our title sponsor for this season, IMB Racewear. But in the interim period, if you haven't had a chance to grab a liquid refreshment, definitely worth doing so now, because the action is only going to intensify in race number 2. And also, do let us know in the chat what was your favourite moment of race number 1. We'll see you in approximately 7 to 8 minutes' time. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for our second race of the day here at the Watkins Glen International Circuit in the US state of New York. And goodness me, what a first race of the day we have had. In fact, it was absolutely packed with everything, including a major open lap incident that split the field in two. But of course, thanks to the safety car, the field was brought back together. And whilst we may have lost 3 laps of racing, when we did resume the racing, we had an absolutely brilliant 8-lap spectacle where all the drivers went to and fro. And Wojciech Swirydowicz in the end bringing on home that opening overall win, and one important one at that, despite the pressure that was levied against him by both your prime winner of Akram Zanoon and right towards the end Adam Delmont. But as the Semper Racing driver continues to confound and thwart everybody who rises to the challenge against him. Well, there's going to be plenty of challenges in our second race of the day, but we also need to reflect on the fact we also got to see some star performances further down the order, and we are going to try and get a quick word with none other than what is Fusion Racing's Craig Tillerson, who was able to pick up what was his first ever second place finish in the AM class. And well, ladies and gents, we are just going to see if we can grab a quick patch through to the car of the Fusion Racing driver. And as we do try to get a word with him, Craig, do you have a moment for a quick word or two live on air?
Yeah, you alright, Paul?
All good, thank you, Craig. But more importantly, how are you doing? Your first ever second place in the AM class, up there on the podium. You must be absolutely ecstatic.
Oh yeah, buzzing. Well happy. We're happy to make it through S's lap one. After that, it would just keep on pushing.
Now, we did see you chasing Matt Emmons quite closely in the early stage of the restart. Was the pace in the car potentially to hunt him down for the win?
No, I think he always had a bit of pace on me. It was more just trying to keep other cars behind me.
Well, that's absolutely fair. Keeping other cars behind you and doing that very well, and splitting the Verona Motorsport drivers from having a 1-2. Can we expect plenty more from you in race number 2?
Hopefully. We'll see how it goes.
Well, Craig, we'll leave you to it, and you're focused on practicing for the second race, but we'll see you at the checkered flag. Good luck.
Thanks, Paul.
Speaking there, ladies and gentlemen, a quick word from Fusion Racing. Craig Tillerson, a patch through from the car, absolutely pleased with his performance in what was the first race of the day, until now the fact that just keeping his head down and putting the pressure on it to make sure he could get away from the rest of his class upon that restart after surviving what was that tumultuous open lap. And well, will he be able to pick up his first win of the season today? We'll have to wait and see, but of course he will have a tough opponent in the form of Verona Motorsports Matt Emmons, who really has been the man to beat with the shake up in the order. As we also say hello there to Costa Chats Continental in the YouTube chat out of the circuit. We also say hello to John Meredith, who joined us right at prime time going into the racing on the restart. And well, congratulating Matt Emmons there on his performance in the YouTube chat. And Anne saying nice packs throughout the field, indeed some brilliant pack racing, which Watkins Glen is always known for. And it's no wonder why this circuit has been the home to many a motorsporting discipline over the years, ranging all the way from Formula 1 through to GT World Challenge America. But ladies and gentlemen, as the checker flag comes out on this warm-up into race number 2, well, there's only one question. Who's going to be the winner for the second time today? Let's find out. So the drivers make their way onto the grid for the second race of this round. This is how they'll line up based on the official positions from race number 1. It is Wojciech Swirydowicz who takes pole position once again for Semper Racing. He will be joined on the front row of the grid by Adam Delmont for SRO NXTGEN Gold, who's made some progress, but can he make it to the top step at the end of this race? That will be the challenge. Akram Zanoon starts P3 for the organisation, your pro and winner, who have the third place success ballast overall. It's the greater of the two compared to the prime win, and he'll have the pressure Slavomir Jalvosky for Semper Racing, who joins it on that second row. Daniel Downing continues the theme of prime drive, so Goldwyn Motorsport P5, joined on row 3 by Kieran Smart for Track Scotland, but Kieran Sharp starting P7 for the Sim Racing Collective, and Reese Watt, the prime driver, joining the pro driver P8 there for JW Motorsport. Benjamin McCluskey starts P9 for NXTGEN Pink ahead of Patrick Falconer for JW Motorsport, who completes your top 10. Expect some dicey battling between the two of them when we get underway. Well, Luciano Witvoet P11 for World of Racing, no success ballast in the car this time, and therefore he'll be feeling quite confident in the fact that he can potentially make some progress through the field. And Alex Meredith starts P12 for NXTGEN, joining Witvoet on that 6th row. Row number 7 goes to Gavin Garler for NXTGEN Pink and Ben Altrier for full-tilt Motorsport, with Russell Fowler starting P15 for Performance Link Esports, and from what we've heard off camera, was able to make an absolutely brilliant move on Lee Horn right at the end of the first race today, so expect Horn to try and come back to him for P16 for NXTGEN. Jack Sailfield starting P17 for the Sim Racing Collective ahead of Isaac Doble for Doble Sim Racing. Then your top 20 is completed by Ian Manners for JW Motorsport and Sam Van Os for Goldwyn Motorsport. Behind them, starting P21, it's Matthew Addy for NXTGEN ahead of NXTGEN Pink's Jamie Dory, who fell short in the opening race due to being involved in that open lap altercation. I'll be hoping for less of that in race number 2. Sam Smith starts P23 for iRacing Esports ahead of Am Polsitter and Am winner from race 1, Matt Emmons for Verano Motorsport. And on row at number 13, it'll be the pair of Am driver Craig Tillotson for Fusion Racing, who you heard from only moments ago, and Jake Pitt for Aztec Racing, the Welshman looking to continue his ascent through the field. On what will be at row at number 40 is Joseph Doble for Doble Sim Racing and Toby Prosser for Aztec Racing, with your top 30 being completed by Marcel Fritsch for WS Racing Esports and Jack Jeffries for Red Grove Projects. Nick Clipman starts P31 for Iris Esports ahead of Kevin Smith for Rano Motorsport P32. There's Adam McNally P33 for SO NXTGEN Gold, hoping that he can turn this race around given the fact his championship lead is now under serious threat. But the prime driver will have Alan McCain for company alongside P34 for Iris Esports. Matthew Sheraton at Aztec Racing starts off your 18th row of the grid, joined by Stuart Winus for Track Scotland, and then we'll have on Wiz row at number 19 the Ampere of Mark Kemp for Full Tilt Motorsport and Costa Chats Continental for 287 Motorsport. Both drivers making some early gains in race 1. Can they continue that in race number 2? With debutant Tom Delaney at P39 there for NXTGEN, and then we could see Daniel Fritz complete your top 40 for Risky Runner Racing. James Spencer's starts P41 for Aztec Racing, joined up by Roy Plummer on the 21st row of the grid for NXTGEN. With Mark Sykes' teammate Paul P at 43 for NXTGEN ahead of Darren Ills for Ace of Spades Racing. Then we have Luke Jones for JW Motorsport on the 23rd row of the grid, joined by Jonathan Collins for Whiskey Runner Racing, ahead of Gabriel Yilmaz for Aztec Racing and Duncan Moraes for Goldwyn Motorsport. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes your starting order. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing the car Mark Redford on the grid as they've not been able to repair the car and therefore they've had to retire the car for the end of this round. But it doesn't mean 48 starters. But who will be your winners at the front of the pack when it's all over, and who will make their way into that reverse grid lottery pool? Of course, P13 through to what is it, 23 being the pivotal places in that analysis. And well, at the front of the field, Wojciech Swirydowicz won't be thinking about that. No Adam Delmont. They'll be thinking about as 10 seconds awaits us from going to the green lights. It is the big question of who will be the one who leads out of turn number 1 and the run towards turn number 5. Will it be the challenger of SRO with NXTGEN Gold, or will it be the stable at the front of field of Separate Racing? Well, the lights are going on. It's time to find out, and it's going to be 1 red light, 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. And it's lights out and away we go for our second race of the day as Wojciech Swirydowicz gets a good start. Delman doesn't quite get the launch he wants, but meanwhile Akron immediately looks up the inside. Has he got enough leverage? No, he hasn't, as they make their way down towards turn 1. But as the field makes its way through, 2 by 2 they all go as they make their way through the opening corner. And well, now it's all going to be about patience and everyone biding their time as Craig Tillotson battling side by side with Emmons in towards turn number 2. At the battle of the AMP leaders here as they make their way up through the rise. But as they do, everyone giving each other plenty of space this time and avoiding any wayward errors here as they make their way through. Looking a bit of a free ride as Clippers tries to part the seas. Oh, goodness me! And it's going to be, what is it? Jack Jeffries turned again! And it's collecting multiple drivers as they all make their way through. Corin inside there for Aztec Racing. I'm not quite sure who that is, but it's all gone very, very wrong, albeit the field is just gradually serpentining its way through, so not as cataclysmic an incident as we saw in race 1, but there are the best part of which 5-6 cars involved in that. But I think and it's gone wrong even further still as Delaney into contact with what is there, Mark Kent, and Roy Plummer picked up as well. But meanwhile, as we look from the back of the field back towards the front of the field, the racing carries on between our drivers, and as they roar their way on down, well, we can see here Daniel Downing right now trying to be the cork at the bottom. As meanwhile, a brilliant move from Kieran Smart right up the inside there of what is Reese, what are now battling. In fact, we're up the inside of Patrick Falconer and also battling for position versus Kieran Sharp, and Smart having a poor start, losing 2 places, but trying to recover them as they make their way up towards turn number 8. And as they do with the safety car, I think it has been deployed out the pit lane, ladies and gentlemen, as we see a bit of contact there that is sent going very, very wide, none other than what is the car Patrick Falconer. And as they make the way on through, well, we've had confirmation the safety car will be deployed, ladies and gentlemen, due to that open lap into turn 1, 2 and 3. And while the drivers that make the way on through, they'll go racing all the way up to the start finish line on this open lap. But as they make the way through, it is Wojciech Swirydowicz, who I think will be leading, going on to lap number 2 and under safety car ahead of Akram, what will be Adam Delmont, and it will be Akram Zanoud, P3, your Pro-Am leader, as they all begin to slow the race down. Slavomir Javosky P4, Daniel Down in P5, Kieran Sharp P6, header Kieran Smart P7, Reese Watt P8, Luciano Witvoet P9, Ben Julkowski P10, and Garen Gardner, Vesteres P11. Meanwhile, in the AM class, Bettermans was able to fend off the challenge in the end from Craig Tillotson. He's P22. Meanwhile, Craig Tillotson is P24 of Adam McNally between the two of them. And McNally's had a brilliant start to this race. 10 places gained overall, 9 in the prime class. That's exactly what the doctor ordered in order to heal what was a difficult race number 1. And while the drivers made the way around and behind the safety car, well, we will be shortly getting a look back at that open lap incident. In fact, we begin to have a look at the replay here as we look to the gridding process and we take a look at Adam McNally's race start, which was one of the strongest starts on the grid. And well, as the lights went out for Adam McNally, indeed all of our drivers, what was he able to do? And well, good launch then, immediately jumping down Marcel Fritsch in the replay. In fact, that was not Marcel Fritsch, that was one of our other drivers on his left hand side. But as he made his way up towards turn number 1, Marcel Fritsch defended on the inside, and McNally in the end trying to pick his way through. There's Jack Jeffries just in front, so I think McNally might have been able to avoid all the drama around him as they made their way through the right-hander. But here we go as they head in towards the S's, and as they did, side by side, well, McNally just hold his line high, and well, you'll see here very shortly as they all come through turn number 3. This is where it starts to get very close, but McNally still on the outside, and then the contact with the Irish Esports car with Jeffries, and McNally just able to avoid the madness around him, and will in doing so gain the places. But meanwhile, as we return to what is your live picture, we are going to get another replay of that start, but we'll be getting it from the perspective of Jack Jeffries in terms of what went wrong. And we take a look back at Jack Jeffries' start here as he got underway. And well, as he got underway, let's take a look at how the Red Grove Projects driver got the launch, and well, it was a solid launch there, to be fair, as we did see was the Irish Esports car, Nick Clemens following on through, and that's the car that made contact with him. And I think Jeffries in the end wanted to make some further progress versus the AMs in front of him, but the problem was in the fact they did go 3 wide with also the Aztec Racing car of Toby Prosser, and as they made the way out of turn number 1, Jeffries immediately trying to look for a way round here, but this is where we start to see the tapering. They end up in a 3 wide with Clemens putting himself in the middle, and was Jeffries tried to hold his line, and there was a small tap as they come into 4, and that's what triggered the incident. Jeffries tried to recover the car, but once it went to the apex curve, it was all over. Stuart Wine is being collected there, as well as the Track Scotland car. Also going onto his roof was the 390 car of Matthew Cheverton, and what a disaster there. And then we did the secondary contact, what was Mark Kent in the wounded car, and a bit of a significant netco contact off the side of the JW Motorsport car that sent him into the side of Tom Delaney and Roy Plummer. And well, that is the story of the open lap, ladies and gentlemen, and that open lap incident. Unfortunate, but thankfully not as severe as what we saw on what was race 1's opening lap. But we are, of course, under safety car conditions at the moment, and we will be going back to racing as soon as we possibly can. And well, we will keep you posted as to when we know that safety car is coming in. But as all our drivers make the way around, one of the key thought processes here is the fact that our drivers will have it in their minds right now in the fact this race goes short. This race is going to a shorter distance, albeit it's still going to run to time based on the fact this safety car is unlikely to occupy more than 2 to 3 laps. Therefore, we're not likely to hit the 30-minute timer of the races, and we'll keep that in mind. Therefore, our drivers will know that they have to go through the cycle now, warming the tyres back up, getting those brakes heated up as well, and it is always going to be in the minds of our drivers. And we have just had confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, that the safety car will be in at the end of this lap. Race control has confirmed that to our drivers, and therefore we will be going racing for what will be another 8 laps of racing here in our second race of the day at Watkins Glen. And now all the drivers doing a lot more weaving side to side immediately, I think conscious of the fact this is now their prime time to get themselves as warm as possible in terms of the condition of the car to go on the attack. And one driver who will want to do that will be James from Smash Gal for Aztec Racing, who we ride on board with here for the simple reason that Craig Tillotson is just in front of the second place AM driver, and then it's only Adam McNally and Matt Emmons in front, and Emmons will be the target for the understandable reason that Smash Gal would love to try and take the class win the second race of the day. but behind him he does have Daniel Fritz, the Whiskey Runner Racing driver, and also Mark Sykes there. And Sykes will always be a driver you've got to keep your eyes on for the simple reason he's your AM Championship leader for a reason. He's got the pace, he put the car on pole as well, but the challenge now for Sykes is he's got to turn this second race of the day into the ultimate recovery race in order to set himself up for success in the final race of the day. And also what puts this on a bit of a knife edge, keep in mind that Matt Emmons is P22 at the moment, that being overall. Now, should we see the number 22 be drawn from the Lottery Bowl, well, that would put your AM driver on reverse grid pole position, or even if it was 23rd place and that was to be drawn. So therefore, there's an opportunity for some AM drivers to be in the higher numbers in that potential reverse grid, and they would love to be a part of it if they could. But meanwhile, as our safety car is peeled away, Wojciech Swirydowicz now getting himself up to speed as he makes his way into the final quarters. Will he do a similar restart compared to the previous race, or will he go a bit later to throw our drivers off? Well, he leaves it a little bit later there, but immediately turns into the final corner, and we are green flag racing once again, ladies and gentlemen, as Wojciech Swirydowicz leads the field away, but Adam Delwan has not been fooled. He stayed with 3/10, they make the way down towards turn 1 once again, and Adam Delwan right now on the charge. But meanwhile, Luciano Witvoet on the attack here versus Reese into the opening corner. Car loose in front, that's Kieran Sharp, who's lost the rear of the car. Cold tyres and cold brakes, unsettling the Sim Racing Collective car, and well, this is going to get quite nip and tuck as they go 3 wide initially, but in the end, Reese backs out of it. 9 and 3 does not go into 2 nor 1 through the S's, and as they make the way on around through turn number 4, it's now going to be a drag race all the way out towards turn number 5, and Sharp on the outside line. He hasn't got the toe of another car. This is going to confound him somewhat as they make the way on down. Meanwhile, Slavomir Jarvosky looking to defend versus Daniel Downing for P2 in the prime class. Downing trying to go the long way round in towards turn at number 5, but I don't think he's going to be able to do so. Look for the cutback, but Jarvosky just simply defends nice and cleanly to that inside line, and therefore make sure there's no cutback attempt. But here comes Downing, looking to go down the inside. It's a Lancia on a Lancia, equal machines, similar success for Allison as they come on through the left-hander. Downing onto the outside now on the run in towards toe corner. This is going to give Jarvosky the opportunity to defend once again, but can Downing use the camber of toe corner to keep him alive? Meanwhile, on the inside goes Kieran Smart. He takes one, and the Track Scotland driver sees the doors wide open and says, well, don't mind if I do, thank you, as they make the way onwards towards what will be heel corner. Well, as the Scotsman looks to the move, Downing meanwhile on that outside line, able to bury the throttle and get a little bit more speed into the corner. So Smart not able to confirm the move in the end, but definitely looking eager as meanwhile Adam Delman, your race leader battle here, and it's Delman attacking Swirydowicz as they make the way on through turn number 9, or through the left-hander, and onwards towards 10 they go. Out comes the dude just watching behind us. Meanwhile, Kieran Smart still trying to battle his way through, but Luciano Witvoet has found his way on past the Scotsman. The Dutchman's moved up into P6, out of turn number 8 in towards 9, so therefore it's now going to be Kieran Smart who's on the bit of a back foot as he's got Reese Watt and Benjamin McCluskey just behind him. Meanwhile, Alex, oh goodness, it's gone wrong for Alex Meredith, and also there, so it's gone very, very wrong for is the Doble Sim Racing car that's with him of Isaac Doble. I do believe, in fact, is that Isaac Doble's been involved in the altercation with Meredith? I think it is. We'll have to get a replay of what exactly has happened there very shortly. I think Ben Aldrin may have also been picked up with the Wayward Next Gen car, or has been involved in a separate incident, but a bit of a dramatic moment as meanwhile, throughout all the restart, James Spencer's gal has moved into the AM lead-off camber, and we're going to try and get a replay of that as well. He's got Emmons behind him and Craig Tillerson, who is P3 in the AM class, with Daniel Fritz on the heels of the top 3 of the AMs. It is shaking up everywhere you look right now, and we'll speak to Daniel Fritz. Here he is, as he looks to try and go for the move for that 3rd place spot in the AM class, roaring his way down the straight, and when he does so, Tillerson right now holding that outside line. Fritz thinking about peeling gradually is the Australian as he goes the inside into outer loop. Will he be able to make it happen as they come through the right-hander? In he goes. Mark Sykes watching a little bit further back, and in Tillerson goes a bit deep. Fritz takes a lot of grass there as they make their way through the right-hander, but in the end, Daniel Fritz moves into the 3rd place spot in the AM class as they head down the corner in towards turn at number 6, and that is the Esports car. Oh, goodness me! And that's Russell Fowler in the car that I think is crippled, and Fritz in the end gets collected, and well, the damage has been done, and Fritz loses the place to Tillerson. But meanwhile, looking around the outside, that's Smith on Sykes, and as the AM drivers all battle the way through, well, regardless of what's happening around them, they're actually in their own little world, and we love to see it as they make the way on towards the back straight. And here comes Smith on the back of Tillerson, Sykes down the inside as they make their way to the braking zone for turn at number 8 here, and well, Sykes is going to be looking for the move on at least 1 if not 2 drivers. drivers, but Smith in the end holds on as they make their way through the right-hander. Up the hill they go, in towards turn number 9, and it's Smith versus Sykes, bit of contact between the two of them, quite sizable contact there as Collins gets into the mix, and Sykes made to go deep, has the back of the car. Collins in the end backs off as well, not wanting to make it any worse, the contact between them, but Smith on the inside now, Tillerson making the move into turn number 10, and he's up to P4 in the AM class, P22. There's still more to come between these drivers as they make their way onto another lap. A fantastic racing between our AM class drivers, no doubt about it. And in all of this, meanwhile, Daniel Downing and Reece Watt are still squaring off as they make their way at 90 right and in towards the S's. And we're in front of Luciano Witvoet has been allowed to run away. But right now, behind Watt and Downing is our hungry pack of pros, including McCluskey at Sharp and also Gardner. And then at the back of it all, you've got Kieran Smart, who's just been pushed behind the pros as they make their way onto the straight. As they make their way into that main straightaway, we can see now it's going to be McCluskey who's trying to make sure that nobody makes their way past him down the inside line, albeit we can see that Gavin Gardner inching closer and closer as meanwhile Luciano Witvoet taking a peek against Jaworski, not quite able to find it. Sharp around the outside of Gardner, but can he carry all the speed to the inside to shoot corner with the Sim Racing Collective driver? Feels like he's done enough as they come down. Meanwhile, here comes Kieran Smart looking to try and regain some places to get closer to his prime rivals as they make their way through turn 6, and Gardner in the end left on the outside high and dry as they head in towards toe. As they make their way in towards the right-hander, further down the order we look to Alan McCain, and what is his battle with Jake Pitt in front and Matthew Sheraton behind, sandwiched by Aztec Racing drivers. And as they go through the left-hander, down through 6, in towards 7 short, you can see there, Pitt going a bit deep, but as a result, McCain making his way past. A nice move there from the iRacing Esports driver, and it's going to be Pitt and Sheraton all over the back of him now, as I think the two Audi RS3 drivers for Aztec Racing trying to agree who's going to be the lead driver to take on the iRacing Esports driver, as Jack's Constantinou under pressure here from McCain, going on down the back straight, and the Yilmaz just in front will be grateful for the breather from his fellow AM driver, but of course he'll be coldest to the fact he's now got to deal with a prime who's going to be trying to fight his way through as quickly as possible, as Pitt meanwhile making the move on Sheraton around the outside, and up the hill they go to take the inside in towards turn number 9, but as he does so, Stuart Winus on the inside there versus Marcel Fritsch, the battle of P35 side by side on the exit turn 9 onwards they go towards 10, and Fritsch will have the better run. He'll have had more space to open up the throttle, and Winus has to back off in the end and tuck back in, trying to make a strong recovery after a difficult race number 1, and the Track Scotland driver doing it yard by yard. But meanwhile, looking at from them all the way back into the top 10, battles everywhere you look, it would seem today. And the Galway Motorsport car, Daniel Downing behind Reece Watt, in the end Watt being able to get ahead. Stamir Jaworski just a little bit further up the road for comparison. And as they make their way onwards towards turn number 5, we see everybody trying to jump into the toe of Witvoet, the World of Racing Veloster there leading the way with the Moto sponsorship at the front, and around the outside looks Jaworski as they head into the braking zone, but can he get the move there? No, he can't, as Watt looks up the inside. Watt trying to take a cheeky peek as they head out of turn 5 in towards 6, but now it's a swap of directions, and this is what Jaworski would have been preparing for, the run into shoot corner, as behind you can see they're down in a staggered 3 wide, versus McCluskey, Sharp and Smart's trying to get into the mix, as Kieran Sharp's trying to battle his way on past Gavin Gardner, and also Kieran Sharp before P9, and it's going to be Gardner on the inside here in towards toe corner. Remember, Smart's to the high line, he's able to bury the throttle, he's got the camber to abuse, and as they head out of the corner now, Smart will carry a bit more speed compared to his rivals, and that could be enough. But meanwhile, let's not forget that Reece Watt and Stamir Jaworski are still side by side as they head into turn number 9, and Watt on the inside will finally get the move done as they make their way up the rise, and we ride aboard and look back from the rear of the JW Motorsport car in P5, and Jaworski all over the back, and there Reece Watt parking on apex line, and Jaworski was going to look for the cutback run in towards turn number 10, and Reece Watt finally takes P2 in the Prime class after battling for this position lap after lap. And while I don't think the battle's over, I think Jaworski will come back in before this race is over, but right now the number 32 will be grateful that he's been able to take the position for the time being. But I say that a poor run out of the final corner, Jaworski gets the better run, and Watt hesitant with the throttle there, I think worried about hitting the wall, and as they head down towards turn number 1, when they were able to stay safe for now, but from them as they make their way through the opening corner. Meanwhile, we look a bit further down the order, this is Mark Sykes still banning his way to try and break into the top 23, and his first target is Jack Southwood, who's 23rd as they make their way down. Meanwhile, Sam Vidal's looking up the inside, the prime driver goes all in the brakes into 90 right, it's 2 wide between the 2 Audi drivers, it's the Galway Motorsports driver on the inside into 2, Sykes on the outside for NXTGEN, and as they come on through the right combination, well, the two will show each other plenty of racing room, no doubt about it, as meanwhile just behind Jonathan Collins get ahead Craig Tillerson into turn 1, and that was for what was P27 or P6 in the AM class. But as we continue to see this battle between Van Olst and Sykes, they make the way down, and with Van Olst now picking up a huge overspeed for the top of the cars in front. They're going to be looking to make it what is the best part of a 3-4 wide as they come down to the braking zone, and as they do, they go to 2 by 2. Van Olst being backed up here to Southfield. Sykes goes high, and Will goes very deep in the corner as a result, and that's going to leave him vulnerable to Toby Prosser to come through. But onto the brakes, they all go in towards turn number 6, and well, it's going to be Kevin Smith who's just trying to keep everybody behind him as he's building a bigger and bigger queue as they come in towards turn number 7. Well, this is not a truly trying, I can tell you that, in the fact they're finding the way through. Van Olst dives to the inside, looking for the move down Daniel Fritz. Fritz cuts him off, and Van Olst has to slam on the brakes and locks up. No contact given in the end, but as they make the way onto the back straight, Van Olst right now loses that significantly, and Sykes able to get ahead of both ways, Fritz, Prosser and Van Olst as a result of the altercation. But as they come into turn number 9, 3 wide there, contact between Van Olst and Waits Fritz. Fritz in the end with Darren's car, the suspension's gone into the wall. It's the Irish Esports car of Alan McCain, and that's going to be a nasty knock there. And I think the contact that we did see to what was the car of Collins are just gradually broken the car down to a degree, or at least it would seem that way given the way the car was pointing. But it's a disaster for the Whiskey Runner Racing driver. In fact, it's Daniel Fritz whose name I should be saying, and Daniel Fritz has had to be towed to the pits, ladies and gentlemen, and therefore Whiskey Runners Racing hopes now rely on this van in the 1-2-3 as they make the way onto the start finish straight and onto another lap. But as they do, meanwhile, we look back up to what is the lead portion of this battle. That's Pross up the inside of Smith, and Van Olst trying to squeeze his way through once again, and well, as they make the way on through, there's Jack Southfield feeling very safe, but meanwhile Toby Prosser under huge pressure. That's the clear road he has in front of him, but meanwhile behind him, this is what he's got a face full of, and that is a absolutely flying machine of Kevin Smith as they make the way on through onwards towards what will be the long stretch up towards turn number 5, and Smith right now will be looking to stay in the tow, knowing that everybody behind him is trying to capitalise. As here comes Van Olst looking around the outside. Prosser goes defensive to the inside. Smith in the end backs off. Van Olst looking around all the way around the outside. He'll get it done. Mark Sykes me onto the grass. He avoids the barrier there, and Sykes, I think, used up one of his 9 lives if he were a cat. And as they make the way in towards turn at number 6, it's still Van Olst looking for a move, but he can't quite find it. And how on earth Sykes didn't end up in the barrier on the inside to turn number 5, your guess is as good as mine. But right now it is getting very, very testy between them, and that's before we consider all the battling that's going on further up the order. And well, speaking of all the battling that's right towards the front of the order, we look back to Adam Delmont here, who's been dropped by Wojciech Swirydowicz by the best part of 1.2 seconds. And well, the Semper Racing driver has been able to break away, and Delmont is under pressure from prime leader Akram Zadou, who just right now, it does seem the Audi has that natural advantage we talked about in terms it is the power machine in the TCR racing class. But right now Adam Delmont giving it everything he's got in that Honda, albeit in this race compared to race number 1, he does have what's the best part of 50 kilograms of success ballast in the car, and that will be hurting him more and more as this race goes on, as they head in towards turn number 1, and behind Stamir Jarwowski trying to fend off Daniel Downing and the long line of cars that follows. And indeed from Jarwowski in P6, you have got what is the run all the way to Kieran Smart in P12, separated by only 1.9 seconds. It's that close between them as they make the way on through the S's on this penultimate lap. All drives so closely knit and wound together, and here comes Downing as he looks for an opportunity, looks to try and sliver his way onto the prime podium. It's been a time since we've seen Downing regularly on the podium, I can tell you that, and it's been long missed, and the Goldwing Motorsport driver trying everything at this. McCluskey meanwhile peels out to the outside. It's going to be 2 wide between Downing and McCluskey. McCluskey in the air makes contact, and as he hits the rear of Downing's car, it's rear bumper contact by looks. I think Downing will survive it, but that is a nasty knock, and Kieran Sharp is able to capitalise as they head in towards turn number 6. And now, can Downing bring that car home, or is the damage going to mount up? Is it suspension damage? It doesn't seem to be, but right now McCluskey falls back to guard, and the next-gen teammates will not want to step on each other's toes. Meanwhile, further behind, Joseph Doble battling with Jamie Dory here, and with Joseph Doble being one of the many drivers was out of position in qualifying, and Dory out of position as a result of race number 1, and both of them now continuing to push their way through the field. But as they head in towards turn number 8, more as they break the way down, here such a long line of cars all the way through. I think all these drivers right now eager to make a move, but no, if they try and make one, they'll lose all the cars in front, and therefore it really is being caught between a rock and a hard place. but as they make their way through the left-hand, and meanwhile going a bit wide, that's Gavin Gardner, and well, it's not quite working out for Gardner at this point. He continues to sit behind McCluskey, but from them, I can definitely tell you that both Mark Sykes and Kevin Smith have been involved in some sort of incident. The fact they're both falling away and a long way down the order. A good spot there from Alan Luther as to what's happened, and what we will try and understand shortly if they've been in some sort of contact, ladies and gentlemen. And in fact, we do have a quick replay which I think might explain it. Well, that is Kevin Smith pointing in the wrong direction. We've got the aftermath. Here is what actually triggered it. This was on lap 10, and it's contact between Sykes and Smith coming out. Oh my good lord! Coming out of outer loop into chute and collecting there as well, Jonathan Collins, and that explains what happened. But we are going to have to come back to our live racing pictures. So they were in a freeway altercation which clipped what was Collins as well, and in doing so, what it does mean is James Sebastian who leads the AM class ahead of Matt Emmons, but meanwhile towards the front of the field, this is Zach Crampton, your prime leader, is trying to find a way to P2 versus Adam Delmont, and Wojciech Swirydowicz is 1.5 seconds clear now on this final lap, and we feeling safe as he makes his way down into turn 6 where he looks at his rear view mirror. But Adam Delmont meanwhile absolutely digging in as much as he humanly can as they make their way onwards towards what will be turn number 7 as they cover the right hand of Delmont. A bit of side contact there with Akram's known, and Zanudin here does get ahead. In fact, I think the rear of the car lifting up there for Delmont with that rear of brake bias. I don't think there was contact that sent him sideways, but the key point being that Akram Zanudin has found his way through, and as they head in towards turn number 8, meanwhile behind Slavomir Javoski under huge pressure here to battle his way past Kieran Sharp, also keep Daniel Downing at bay. Sharp going absolutely as defensively as he can in towards Hill Corner. You can understand why, he's had to fight tooth over nail in order to be able to bring home what is a P6 here if he can bring it home. But as they make their way on through at turn number 9, meanwhile we look back to the front of the field, and well, as this man makes his way through the final corner, he was under early pressure from Adam Delmont in this race, but that pressure never manifested to put him under too much pressure, and Wojciech Swirydowicz is going to make it back-to-back wins in the first 2 races of the day here at Watkins Glen ahead of prime winner Akram Zanu takes P2 overall, Adam Delmont P3 ahead of Luciano Witvoet. Reeswatt will be your run-up in the prime class P5 ahead of Kieran Sharp, and Slavomir Javoski takes the final prime podium spot P7 ahead of Daniel Downing, Benjamin McCluskey and Gavin Gardner complete your top 10. Lee Horn P11, and James Smazesgal takes the checker flag as your AM winner in the second race of the day for Aztec Racing, making it 2 wins in the AM class this season for him ahead of Matt Emmons, who was your runner-up, and then to take P3 in the AM class, P30 overall. I don't think he's going to quite believe it, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Ken for full-throttle Motorsport takes that accolade, and in the end does so. 2.7 seconds clear of Gabriel Yilmaz at the line, and goodness me, what a dramatic turn in fortunes right towards the end of the race with so many drivers. And well, with Kevin Smith into the pit lane, that is going to put him even further down the order, and it means that all the drivers behind, I think, will be promoted a position after all the race results are in, as Patrick Falconer comes on through to take P37 on circuit. A nasty knock to the wall on corner exit there, and well, he'll just limp the car to the line, and as he does so takes P37 for JW Motorsport ahead of Matthew Addy in another challenging day so far for the 777 driver. And then it will be Russell Fowler P39 very shortly, as a Performance Link Esports driver. It all has gone wrong in race number 2 for him and so many a driver, and Alex Reddiff behind after that instant of the final corner on what was lap number 5, and will the NXTGEN driver take it at P40 ahead of what will be Ben Altria, who was unfortunately caught up in the open lap incident, the full-tilt Motorsport driver, in the end losing out and down to P41. And well, then you will have to take what will be at the last checker flag after Ben Altria. It will be Daniel Fritz who comes home at P42 as the drivers bring their races to a close. Was 48 starters, 42 finishers on the lead lap, and well, for Wojciech Swirydowicz, he makes his way towards the pit lane. What more does he need to do other than keep up this consistency? And he is well on course to taking his maiden NXTCC Championship crown. He came so close in Season 5, and we still got 4 more rounds to go after today, but all signs are pointed up for the Semper Racing driver and Akram Zanoun. What a set of performances so far, fighting after the prime win and making it 2 prime wins out of 2 and a 2nd place overall in this race. And well, behind him, Reeswatt 9. He had to dig in deep to keep Javoski and down in behind, but run up in the prime Prime class, P5 overall, and that'll feel as though he's still an absolutely Herculean effort. And in the AM class, James Pascal there, a little bit of a burnout as he makes his way down pit lane. Well, he'll be absolutely chuffed with the AM win and his second AM win of the season, ahead of Matt Emmons, and will mark Ken into the pits there for a long time coming AM podium, P3 in the class. As all drives make the way into the pits, we take a look at those race results subject to any assurance inquiries, of which I suspect there may be some. And here they are for our second race of the day in round 6 of season 6 of the NXTCC. Wojciech Swirydowicz once again taking the overall win for Semper Racing by 1.5 seconds ahead of the organisation's Akram Zanoon, who was not just your overall runner-up, but he was also your pro and winner, making it back-to-back prime wins. Adam Delmont P3 for SRL NXTGEN Gold, fighting hard for the lead early on, but couldn't quite make it happen, and then losing out to Akram Zanoon towards the end, but holding off Luciano Witvoet, the World of Racing driver, who is the third of our pro drivers in the top 5 order, and the Dutchman there bringing home another solid P4 to extend his run in P2 in the overall championship. Reese Watt, P5, the JW Motorsport driver, taking the second place spot on the prime podium. A deserved P5 ahead of Kieran Sharp, the Sim Racing Collective driver, who once he finally found his way ahead of the pack of cars, extending all the way down to what was a P10, well, he was never going to let that go. A credit to the TSRC driver for taking P6 ahead of Slavomir Jaworski, who was your final pro and podium finisher for Semper Racing, and that pro and podium being Zanoon, Watt, and Jaworski. Daniel Daniel, unfortunate to miss out on the prime podium, but takes the P8 overall and 4th place in the class for Goldwyn Motorsport after some brilliant battling with Jaworski and Benjamin McCluskey for NextGen Ping, and teammate Gavin Gardner completing your top 10. Lee Horn, best rest P11 for NextGen, P5 in the prime class, ahead of Joseph Doble for Doble Sim Racing, who recovered well after a difficult start to race number 1, has moved his way all the way out to P12. And Kieran Smart, P13 for Track Scotland, has guaranteed he will be in the reverse grid for the final race of the day with the 13th place finishing position. Jamie Dory and Sam Smith completed your top 15, with Dory gradually making his way through the field into the top 20. And a resilient drive, and an Isaac Doble P16 for Doble Sim Racing ahead of what's Adam McNally, who finishes P17 in this race, and more importantly in class, P8 in the prime class, and he'll be happy to see that his fortunes are turning it back around for SRL NextGen Gold. Ian Manners, James Pascal and Matt Evans completed your top 20, and a special mention to James Pascal, firstly your AM winner P19 for Aztec Racing, taking his second win, his first of which of course being at MotorLand Aragón in race number 3 last week. Matt Evans makes it back-to-back AM podiums, not quite able to make it back-to-back wins, but does make it a second place there for Rano Motorsport, ahead of Jack Southfield, and then Toby Prosser, Sam Van Olst, Matthew Sheraton and Alan McCain completing your top 25. Stuart Winus was P26 for Track Scotland after that open lap incident, but recovered well to a P26 finish, just behind McCain and Sheraton, with Jake Pitt following on through to P27. And to complete your top 30, it was Nick Lewins ahead of Marcel Fritsch and Mark Kent. And Mark Kent, the AM driver there, completing your AM podium with that third place spot for Full Tilt Motorsport. We should point out Sam Van Olst in P23 will be your last eligible reverse grid position driver, so he'll be hoping that the number 23 is drawn right now for Goldwyn Motorsport. But carrying the theme outside the top 30, Gabriel Yilmaz just missed out on the AM podium by almost 3 seconds over Kent, but the Aztec Racing driver holding off Costa Chatsconstanto. And there's Darren Ills, Craig Tillerson and Duncan Rice to complete your top 35, with Karen Smith P36 after that late incident between himself, Mark Sykes and Jonathan Collins, with Patrick Falconer P37 ahead of Matthew Addy. And your top 40 being completed by Russell Fowler and Alex Meredith, a unfortunate race for the NextGen racing driver, ahead of Ben Altrier and Daniel Fritz, with the 42nd place finisher being your last lead lap finisher for Whiskey Runner Racing. Then finish your lap down, Mark Sykes, Jonathan Collins and also Roy Plummer. 5 laps down and will be classified as a race finisher as he completed over half the race distance, Tom Delaney for NextGen. And then we did have the non-finishers of JW Motorsports Luke Jones and Jack Jeffries for Red Grove Projects after that unfortunate opening lap incident. But with our second race complete, ladies and gentlemen, we've still got one more race to go, and we'll race 3 of 3 is only approximately 10 to 12 minutes away. But of course, we do have that one big question, and that is the question of that reverse grid for the final race today. Where's it going to be from, I hear you ask? Without further ado, we do come to the quarantine booth, and it's time for us to do the draw. Good evening to you all, and I hope you're absolutely enjoying the racing so far, like we are here at the commentary booth. And as always, initiated, we've got the NextGen Racing Lottery Bowl here with the numbers 6 through to 12 in the bowl. What we're going to do very shortly is close our eyes and draw 2 balls one at a time, and we'll announce what the number is going to be for our final reverse grid race of the day. So without further ado, let's do the draw. And that's our first shuffle. And our first ball of the day is going to be number 11. So it is going to be a sizable reverse grid. So those who are hoping for a small reverse grid will be disappointed. But what will be joining the number 11, I hear you ask? Let's draw the ball. Real quick shuffle. And then our second and final ball of the day is going to be the number 10. So the two numbers that sit together will be making it a P21 reverse grid. And it means that Jack Southfield takes reverse grid at pole position and with it, pram pole position. And he will have joining him on the front row what will be the AM pole sitter of Matt Emmons, with AM winner from the second race of the day, James Mazesgal, starting on the second row of the grid in P3. It's the first time we will see AM drivers inside the reverse grid. It is going to make it dicey, and it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out, because you've got all three classes inside that top 21. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to step away, not without a quick word from our title sponsor, IMB Racewear, and we'll be back for the build up to race number 3 in approximately 6 to 7 minutes time. We'll see you very shortly. And we are back for one more time this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the NXTCC Season 6, Round 6, as brought to you by none other than the iRacing Simulator platform and powered by IMB Racewear. And we are into race 3 of 3 here at the one and only Watkins Glen International Raceway Circuit. As all our drivers get set and ready to go for the final time today. When it's the last chance saloon for many a driver who's had a difficult race, including Alan McCain so far, with 2.5 minutes on the clock in the final practice warm-up session. But as all our drivers get set and get themselves composed out there, well, it's going to be tough, it's going to be tense, and with a top 21 reverse grid as well, you are going to see a complete mixture of pros, primes, and even some AMs all the way through what will be the opening 10 or in fact 11 rows of the grid. And the one driver will be starting at the back of that top 21 inversion will be none other than our two-time overall winner today, Wojciech Swirydowicz, who have all the success ballast in the car, but he has been the driver that nobody's been able to beat, whether it be in qualifying or under race trim. Many have come close, including Adam Dolan and Akram Zanoun, but nobody has been able to put a full 5 yards over the Polish driver. But as he makes his way in towards turn at number 9, we're not going to try and get a word from him here. We won't have time to, and I think he'll be getting his head down and focusing. But perhaps we'll hear from him after the race today, or some of his teammates. But either way, it has been a thrilling pair of races so far. Watkins Glen has absolutely delivered. And well, as all our drivers get set for one last race, we'll place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know who you think could be taking the overall win. Could it be this man once again to make it 3 in a row? Or could we see one of the drivers who will benefit and start closer towards the front, capitalise, perhaps re-swap, albeit of a P5 finish? He'll be starting in what will be a P17 for our final race today. The JW Motorsport driver has come on strong for what is the race here at Watkins Glen. Or could we even see, say, Matt Emmons finish in the overall top 10? Remember, we've got the two AMs of James Mansesgout and Matt Emmons, who'll be lining up respectively in P3 and P2 on that overall grid, with Emmons missing out on the AM win but taking the run-up spot behind Mansesgout. And well, we also do have the big question of, will it all be clean for the opening 4 corners? In races 1 and 2, we've had instances of varying degrees through turns 1, 2, 3 and 4, and well, could we get through it for the 3rd time without incident? That's a big question. If we do, could that settle the field down much more rapidly? Well, we are only 30 seconds away from finding out as our drivers make the way through towards the gridding procedure. And as they do, some drivers will be looking to have another opportunity to make the way through the field. Will be Jamie Dory, next gen pink driver, who in fact will be starting inside the top 10 after what was a top 20 finish in the 2nd race of the day. And well, the next gen pink driver, I think, will be fancying his chances to give himself an opportunity to finish inside the top 5 overall. He definitely needs the points here as he makes his way on down towards the timeline, and the checker flag waves. So that means, ladies and gents, for the 3rd and final time today, it is time for us to head to the grid. As our drivers make their way onto the grid, this is how they'll line up for our final race of the day. It is going to be Jack Southwood who takes reverse grid pole position for the Sim Racing Collective ahead of AM pole sitter behind the prime pole sitter of Verona Motorsports, Matt Emmons. P3 will go to AM driver James Mansesgout for Aztec Racing, and then we will be seeing joining him on the 2nd round of the grid, Ian Manners for JW Motorsport. And after all the drama starting off his day, Ian Manners now has a shot at redemption in this final race of the day. Adam McNally starts P5 for SRO and Next Gen Gold, and this could be a golden opportunity as well for him to turn around his misfortunes to fortunes in the Pram class, with eyes at Doble P6 there for Doble Sim Racing. Sam Smith starts P7 for Irish Esports ahead of Jamie Dory for Next Gen Pink, with your top 10 being completed by Kieran Smart for Track Scotland and Joseph Doble for Doble Sim Racing. Lee Horn begins this race P11 for Next Gen, joined by Gavin Gardner for Next Gen Pink on the 6th row of the grid, and row 7 will then be split between Benjamin McCluskey for Next Gen Pink and Daniel Downing for Goldwing Motorsport. Slavomir Jaworski starts P15 for Semper Racing ahead of Kieran Sharp for the Sim Racing Collective, with then a re-swap P17 for JW Motorsport ahead of Luciano Witvoet for World of Racing. Then your top 20 is completed by Adam Delman for SRO Next Gen Gold and Akram Zanoun, 2-time prime winner today for the organisation. Can he make it a 3rd in a row? It's going to be a challenge, but never counts out in the 139. And Wojciech Swirydowicz, the winner of the first 2 races of the day, starts P21, completes that top 21 inversion for Semper Racing, joined on row number 11 by Aztec Racing's Toby Prosser. Sam Van Olst, P23 is where he'll start for Goldwing Motorsport on the 12th row of the grid with Matthew Sheraton for Aztec Racing. And then on row at number 13, it will be Alan McCain for iRacing Esports and Stuart Winers for Track Scotland. With Jake Pitt for Aztec Racing, Nick Clemens for iRacing Esports just behind them. And your top 30 completed by Marcel Fritsch for WS Racing Esports and Mark Kent for full-tilt Motorsport. Of course, from Mark Kent, we do have an absolute plethora of AMs, including Gabriel Yumas at Aztec Racing and Costa Chatscontinentia for 287 Motorsport, who line up together on row number 16. Row 17 continues the AM theme of Darren Eels for Ace of Spades Racing and Craig Tillerson for Fusion Racing. And then Duncan Reyes breaks up the AMs with a Pro-Am in the Goldwing Motorsport South African car starting P35, ahead of Kevin Smith for Verana Motorsport P36. We then have at P37 at Patrick Falconer for JW Motorsport ahead of Matthew Addy for NXTGEN, with Russell Fowler for Performance League Esports and Alex Meredith for NXTGEN completing your top 40. P41 to Ben Altria for full-tilt Motorsport, ahead of Daniel Fritz for Runners Racing. And then Mark Sykes for a dismal end to what was race number 2 starts P43 for NXTGEN ahead of Jonathan Collins for Whiskey Runner Racing. Roy Plummer starts P45 for NXTGEN, ahead of Tom Delaney P46 for NXTGEN, and that will be your starting order, ladies and gentlemen. No more cars will be on this grid. We're down to 46 runners for this final race of the day, where a couple of drivers had to drop out from the initial what was 49 cars due to technical issues or cars being broken and damaged beyond repair as the races have gone on. But as we do look towards the front of the field, and we are only 10 seconds away from the lights going on for the final race of the day, Jack Southfield knows he's got a prime opportunity here to bring home what could be his first prime win of the season. But it will be the battle of Emmons and Spectators behind that's always going to be a big talking point. But either way, as the lights go on for the final time today, it's 1 red light, 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. And it's lights out and away we go as Emmons stalls on the start, and Spectators immediately launches his way into lead of the AM class. But as they come down towards turn number 1, all the drivers now siphon for position as quickly and as rapidly as they can as they make their way to 90 right. You can see them Manali on the attack. Meanwhile, further behind, Luciano Witvoet batting around the outside of Kieran Sharp and Reese Watt. As meanwhile, a little bit further back, Stuart Winers having a good start to this race, but looking back up through the field as they all begin to serpentine their way through the S's. So far, so good, as we do see Evans there taking a bit of apex curve. But as they make their way through turn at number 4, from what I'm hearing, everybody is safely through. And well, we have not had a repeat from races 1 and 2 in race number 3. But as all the drivers come on through, everyone right now jostling. We do have the car off the road there. That is going to be the car of what I believe is Kevin Smith that's found its way back onto the circuit. But all 48 drivers safely on down towards turn number 5. And as they come down, a flash of lights there from my boy, it's Patrick Falconer. He's not too pleased with some contact with Mark Kent potentially. But as they make their way on down, Kent giving the space back by looks of things, and all they go through score in towards turn number 6. But as they come down, Jack Southfield right now continuing to lead as he completes the first half of the lap, and coming in towards turn number 7, trying to pull away from Spazza Scout and more importantly Manali, who's got to try and find his way past the AM driver as they come on through at toe corner. As they do so, meanwhile, 3 wide here between Prosser, Van Olst, and also what is Delmont. And as they come out of the corner, he's going to be Van Olst, who's picked off both in there. 2 for 1 pass. Delmont flashing his lights, I think, to try and get into the head of Van Olst. But meanwhile, Prosser now looking back around the outside onto the anchors. They go into Hill corner, and 2 wide they enter. But will they exit 2 wide? It's going to be a nose ahead from Prosser, but he goes a bit deep. Van Olst now will have the outside run up towards turn number 9. But he'll also know that it's a long run round, and well, in the end, will he be able to get it done? He does. In fact, he makes a bit of a slow there, Javoski. And Javoski in the end under pressure now from Van Olst. It is the situation where Wojciech Swirydowicz just gave 3 places just in front of us. They made their way onto another lap very shortly, but it is a bit of a mixed bag for separating, and Javoski in particular losing out at the start. So after 1 lap of racing, it is Jack Southfield who leads ahead of Adam McNally P2. They're followed up by none other James Spazza's your AM leader P3, Ian Maz P4, Jamie Dory P5, Isaac Doble P6, as Dory trying to fend off Isaac Doble by battling. Oh goodness me, it's contact between them. Dory turned, Isaac Doble able to carry on, but Jamie Dory there into the barrier and will look to try and get the car turned around as soon as possible. No malice meant by it, but it looks like the 2-way 2 exchange the place, and in the end there wasn't enough space to do so. But Isaac Doble gains, and as a result, Lee Horn now trying to fight his way in towards P8 ahead of Doble. And then it's Kieran Smart P10, Ben Julkowski P11 best the rest. Kieran Sharp P12 and Matt Evans P13. That's your top 13 as they make their way down the corner. Meanwhile, on the rear of the picture, there's been a coming together for a couple of drivers, and what I believe going to the barrier, that's the car of Adam Delmont that's now limping along, albeit it's only Delmont who's been severely affected, it would seem. But I think there was contact by the Aztec Racing cars, either Gabriel Yilmaz, alternatively it may have been Toby Brosser, but don't quote me on that. But Delmont limping along here. Well, there'll be no safety car as the raceway is clear and the incident has been resolved effectively quite quickly. But oh my good lord, and it's all gone very, very wrong at a shoot corner, and well, we had 1.5 laps to clean racing, and that's all ended in disaster as well. In the end, as our drivers made their way on down, more and more coming into the scene of the incident, and well, that is definitely going to be a safety car, no doubt about it. That's the best part of at least 20 drivers who've all been involved in the incident, and in the end, well, the drivers who do come down will stop and take evasive action, but it is going to be a safety car when they get to the end of this lap. And what on earth triggered that off, I do not know, but what I can tell you is this ended in disaster for so many drivers, as meanwhile we look back to your leader Jack Southfield, and well, Southfield right now is going to be grinning like a Cheshire cat for the simple reason the Sim Racing Collective driver has held on to lead this race. He's got Adam and A for company, but he will be able to dictate the restart when we do go green flag racing later on. But as we do have the safety car deployed now out of the pit lane, so it means that all the places will be locked now, albeit McCluskey and Horn battling side by side in the run on down. And I think in the end Horn will take the spot of McCluskey just about. I think McCluskey wasn't alongside fully when he tried to make the pass at the timeline, so Lee Horn will hold on to P9, and well, as they all gradually now begin to lock the race in stasis behind the safety car, that gives us an opportunity to analyse what exactly has happened with regards to that major incident coming down into the exit at turn number 6. And well, I can tell you the best part, as I look at my contact booth window, we have got the best part of what is about 25 cars all coming to the pit lane for repair work, and well, it's not the nicest of sights to see when you've got that many cars damaged. Thankfully, the fast repairs will clear things up quite quickly, but the big question is what exactly set off that incident, and well, we are going to get the replay of the incident, and I believe here it is. So this was Patrick Falconer at the time battling with what's the Aztec Racing cars of Trossa, and also I believe, well, in fact, the incident already occurred before then, so Falconer coming in and not being able to take any evasive action at that point. So Toby Prosser was just in front, a huge shunt, and we'll try and get the actual replay as to how it all started. Was it Reese Watt involved in this as he made his way down into the braking zone? Well, car in front losing it, and that, I believe, was the 17 of Daniel Downing. Reese Watt being propelled, and that's what set it off in the end. It was the number 17 losing its rear. Daniel Downing, just an unfortunate situation, and all the drivers coming on through and just not able to react in time. And we'll try and take a look back at what exactly sent Downing around in the first instance. And well, here is the onboard with Daniel Downing, and in as he comes through the corner, loses the rear of the car, battling with Matt Evans, and he's just a passenger in the car. And at this point, you just got to hold the brakes and pray everyone else is going to be able to get through, given how narrow the circuit is. Beyond what is the race circuit, there's no real grass as such, as everyone tried to make their way through the incident, and in the end, Daniel Downing just being in the wrong place to cause an incident, and at the right time, everybody else came into the scene of the incident and added to it. But as we return to your live racing pictures, that's the one big incident we have had in this race so far. And as our drivers make the way on through, well, we are still under safety car conditions at the moment. I suspect we will be for perhaps another lap, given there are some cars still being repaired down the pit lane, albeit most of them have been repaired, it should be said, from what I can see out my contact booth window. But as our drivers make the way on through, it is definitely now going to shorten the race distance in terms of how many laps they've got. And K-Team summering it really nicely there in the Facebook chat with regards to what happened to Daniel Downing, which is unlucky grip-wise for Downing indeed. I suspect he just pushed a bit too hard battling with Edmonds, and in the end at the rear of the car letting go. And so those of you wondering why does that happen in the front engine front wheel drive car, these touring cars of course engine the front tyres do all the hard work in terms of power deployment and turning. More on paper, these cars naturally want to understeer given their drivetrain. However, the way our drivers get the maximum possible rotation in these cars is by moving the brake bias as far towards the back as possible, because what it means under braking is that these cars will naturally find the rear brakes let go quite rapidly, and therefore it swings the rear of the car around. However, in those situations where you've got more and more rear brake bias, you can imagine the front tyres are digging in, but meanwhile the rear of the car becomes increasingly light with that rearward bias when you come off the brakes into those braking zones such as chute corner, and that is how you can very quickly lose the rear of these cars in the fact you're just carrying so much speed, and in the end the rear of the car comes around faster than you can control it, and the front tyres can maintain the grip of the track surface, and that's what's led there to Daniel Down in losing it. It's an innocent mistake, but it has triggered an absolutely cataclysmic instant, and as I hear in my ear that the safety car will be in at the end of this lap, and it will mean that we will have the best part of what will be 7 more laps of racing to go at Watkins Glen before we are done and dusted here today in the US of A. All of our drivers make the way on down the back straight. We do look back to Matt Emmons here, who makes his way on through, and will James Mazzerscout had that brilliant start. Emmons meanwhile being swallowed up to a degree by the field with a relatively slow start, and in fact I think we can take a look back at what happened to Matt Emmons at the race start. In fact, it was a bit of a slow start for Emmons by comparison, and well, as he got off the line, you can hear the fact that he does bog down here in first gear. A lot of wheel spin as well, and he tries to pick it up. Mazzerscout pulls away on the right there to take lead of the AM class, and this is where Emmons now will just gradually be mobbed by the pack as he stays the outside of 90 right. No real place to go here other than stick to his outside line. Already losing the best part of 4 places there in the space of the opening corner, and this theme will continue as he makes his way through the S's, being on the outside line and cold tyres. He's not got the grip available, has to mount the curve there, but keeps it pointed nicely straight to avoid it being speared into another car, and Emmons already losing his way down towards P8 there as he made his way on to the first long stretch. But meanwhile, we must return to the live pictures, ladies and gents, because we are almost ready to go back to the racing, and well, the safety car is gradually peeling away now. Southfield will start to dictate the pace as he makes his way in towards turn number 9. And as he does so, well, the safety car will need to get to the pit entry line before we can go green flag racing, or Southfield can begin to let the field go green flag racing. It's his choosing, of course, as he gradually gets himself ready to go back up to speed. And well, as he does so, we do take a look at what will be the speed of the car, and well, the safety car is in, so Southfield can now choose when he wants to go. Will he take a similar approach to Swirydowicz? No, not yet. He's just maintaining his speed as he heads into the final corner. Sim Racing Collector's Drive, leaving this very late in the day, and well, if he's going to go, it is going to be just before the start finish line. The whole field's queuing up behind him, but Southfield finally goes. We are back under the green flag racing once again as he makes his way down towards turn number 1. Well, right now, Southfield, I think, feeling confident. The fact that he's nailed that start, and McNally a bit further behind us. All the field makes his way on through, and indeed, the whole field being constantly together as Craig Tillerson trying to go around the outside, Darren Eels. But as he does so, goes wide, and Mark Kent now trying to take the 2 places to the price of 1. He does get a 2-for-1 offer here, and Kent is able to land the deal as the full tilt motorsport driver picks off Eels and picks off Tillerson as they come on through the S's. Meanwhile, a bit further up the road, Kieran Smart looking to keep Gavin Garner behind as they make the way on down. And meanwhile, the race leaders now fanning out behind Southfield as it's going to be McNally who's looking around the outside down towards turn number 5. Mazzerscout watching on and looking for an opportunity, but Mazzerscout gets a bit close to the rear of McNally, has to back off entirely there, and the Aztec Racing Drive will now start to fall with Ian Manners looking up the inside as they head in towards turn number 6. But down the hill they go in towards the left hand, and as they do, Joseph Doble. Well, that's the first time we've seen the Doble name inside the top 10 today, and the Doble Sim Racing Drive in the number 11, I think will be grateful for how this is playing out, and he has an opportunity here to go hunting after the overall lead, and Doble Sim Racing massively need the points in the Teams Championship, as today they've not earned too many points so far, and they're going to be hurting quite significantly when the standings are updated after today. But James Mazzerscout's not going to give up without a fight as he defends the outside in towards Hill Corner, but Doble's there, and he's going to get a nose ahead as being Mark's going to get very close there between Sam Smith and Kieran Smart. Smart darts into the inside, Smith squeeze him as much as humanly possible as the cars will allow, and as they head in towards turn number 9 through the left-hander, 2 by 2 they go over the rise and through towards turn number 10 they go. But meanwhile behind you still got the whole pack of pros absolutely hungry to make places, including Wojciech Swirydowicz in P40 as he chases after Kieran Sharp, and right now not quite able to take P13 as he makes his way onwards towards the final quarter of this lap. as they make the way on through. Meanwhile, we look back to Darren Eels, who's still battling here with Jamie Dory. He's also got Craig Tillison for company as we ride aboard with the Ace of Spades Racing Machine as he makes his way onwards towards lap number 6 with Tillison behind. This is the fight for P4 in the AM class. So you see Collins looking up the inside in towards turn number 1 onto the brakes of 90. Right they go. Collins here not going to give in. Sykes also looking to try and cover through with Tillison being made to go deep there, and Sykes is going to get exactly that, but Tillison covers him off as they make the way on the run up through the S's now. And as they do, Daniel Fritz also on the back of this. Everybody right now in the AM class absolutely poking and prodding I should say, to try and find another place as they roar their way onto the long stretch down towards outer loop corner at turn number 5. But as they do, now it's all going to be about position as Sykes looking to try and find the move on Tillison. Meanwhile, Winus also looking for a run here on Fritz as they head in towards turn number 5. Onto the brakes they go, and in the end it will be Sykes who gets ahead of Tillison under braking as Sykes losing the rear of the car. He catches it in time, using that apex curve to hook the car in, and Tillison in the end now try and come back down in towards turn number 6, the corner that damaged so many only a few laps ago. A bit of a graze there between Collins and Eels, but as they make the way out of the left-hander on towards the right-hander, we're going in towards a toe corner. It is still going to be plenty of battles just in front. We've also got some fighting there between what is, I do believe, the car James Sebastian that's trying to hold on, and well, in fact, that's a bit further up the road. And speaking of those battles of the race, leaders go side by side in towards turn number 8. That's Jack Southfield fend off Adam and Nally, but meanwhile, Kieran Smart is under pressure from Luciano Witvoet as the World Racing Driver looks to try and find his way through. Car to the wall in the rear of the picture. That is Matt Emmons. Emmons is into the barrier at turn number 8, and that is going to release Mark Kent into P2 in the AM class as they come through turn number 9. And Mark Kent right now, I don't think he's going to believe it's fortunes. Meanwhile, there's a couple of cars around in front, and that is what is, I believe, Isaac Doble. Oh, goodness me, and everyone taking a base of action there, and Alan McCain has gone round. Not quite sure what's triggered that. We will try and get a replay of what's happened very shortly, but it's gone so very wrong for Alan McCain, one of the Doble brothers, and that's Isaac Doble, and also Kieran Sharp. But from all that, other drivers will rise right now as Kieran Smart is into the pit lane. I suspect he may have been caught up in an instant, and that explains the story. But as they make the way down towards turn number 1, time is dwindling and it's gradually falling away. As being just up the road, Toby Prosser, who was the driver we saw for Aztec Racing battling earlier, battles his way past Craig Tillison, and then Alex Meredith on the back of this. They're fighting to try and get inside the top 20 now as they make the way up through the S's once again. But as they do, Jonathan College just a bit further up the road, P3 in the AM class now as Jake Pitt behind him. Whisker on a racing driver under pressure, but Emmons will be looking to try and make a resurgence through the field as they head onwards towards turn number 5. And meanwhile, through all of this, of course, you've still got your lead battle here as we look to the leaders making their way down towards turn number 6. It's Southfield versus Manali. It's Honda on Honda as they come on down through the left-hander, and we jump aboard with Adam Manali as he looks for an opportunity to try and take the lead of this race. And both drivers right now looking to earn the right to add themselves to the short list of names of Pro-Am drivers who've taken over a win. There's only 5 names in that club, and they want to be named number 6. But which one of them will it be? Neither one has done this accolade before. And Southfield right now going to fence immediately. Ian Manish just behind by 4:10, so he's also an outside element who can get involved in this battle. And then Joseph Doble is the pro driver in P4 who would love to take the places off of all 3 drivers to make it an overall win and give himself the best possible set of points to end his day on a relative high. As they all come into turn at number 9, you can see there both cars sliding under braking. Manali and Southwood both absolutely on the attack here as much as they can. And as they make their way towards turn number 10, well, Manali a bit too far back to attack right now, but still looking for those opportunities. As meanwhile, speaking of a driver here, looking for opportunities, Wojciech Swirydowicz who battles with Benjamin McCluskey for P8 as they come through turn 10 in towards 11. As they go through the right-hander and onwards towards turn number 1, well, Swirydowicz will have the overspeed here on the outside line. McCluskey, meanwhile, will just gradually have to try and hold that inside, try and outbrake his rival, but in the end, Swirydowicz does get on through, and James Spazascal a little bit further back in P10, your AM leader. He doesn't need to do anything special. All he's got to do is get that car home, and it will be a big result. It will be another AM win, 2 AM wins back-to-back today, making it 3 in his NXTCC campaign this season. But as he makes his way through the S's right now, the Aztec Racing driver just taking it 1 lap at a time, no doubt about it. And as he does so, meanwhile, we get an opportunity to take a look back at the action 1 lap at a time with regards to a replay of the incident between Alan McCain, Isaac Doble and Kieran Sharp. Well, it was Kieran Sharp into the barrier there, and well, in the end, well, not Kieran Sharp into the barrier, that was Kieran Smith into the barrier, and in the end it was Isaac Doble, and what was, I think, Kieran Sharp going to get, and Alan McCain being caught up in that as it was a third party. So a disaster, and multiple cars having to go the long way round in order to avoid it becoming an additional part of that contact. But meanwhile, oh my good lord, we return to your live pictures, and that's Jake Pitt into the tyre barrier there and going spinning round on the run into turn number 6. And who else was involved in that? We're not quite sure, but what we can tell you is that multiple drivers have been involved. Akram Saloon, I believe, was involved in that as well. It's a disaster, and we'll try and get a replay of what happened there when we can. But meanwhile, focusing on all the action that's occurring on our screen, this is Mark Kent just in front of trying to pull away, as meanwhile Jonathan Collins, the third place ham driver, is looking to try and hold on to his overall position of P17, as he's got Sam Van Olst just behind him, and Mark Sykes is on the charge with Matt Emmons closed in. But Sykes has got ahead of Emmons quite recently, and the point being that Mark Sykes right now, he's had bad luck in both races 1 and 2, and I think he's hoping that bad luck doesn't stay with him for race number 3 of 3 today, as Toby Prosser meanwhile looking up the inside of Emmons, and well, the Aztec Racing driver battling with the Verado Motorsport driver, and I think Prosser wants to get on through the chase down Van Olst, but Emmons right now wants Prosser to stay behind because he's eager to chase after his Amperes in front. Well, both drivers have got their aspirations, but who out of the two is going to be the one to get ahead? I think it's going to be Prosser into turn number 1 as they go into lap number 9 of 11, as they come down to the braking zone, hard on the anchors they go. Prosser does get ahead. Meanwhile, Craig Tillotson battling with Darren Eels for P6 in the AM class, or P23 overall. And it was Tillotson on the inside to turn 1. Eels gets the run around the outside as they power their way on through the S's, where it is going to be Daniel Downey who interferes in this battle and looks to try and pick his way through behind Eels, and will do exactly that as Craig Tillotson has to back off in the run through. But meanwhile, we look from them to the very front of the field once again, and as the two Hondas make their way out of turn number 5, there's contact between them. They touch again, and Southfield right now trying to hold on with McNally absolutely battling his way through. And right now, you can imagine that both drivers are absolutely eager. Southfield's not happy with that contact, flashes lights there, trying to distract McNally as much as possible. But I think McNally will say right now it's touring car, and what could have ended up in tears for the pair of them as they make their way on through the right hand out of turn number 7, and on as they go towards 8. Meanwhile, behind Sam Smith battling with Joseph Doble. Doble has not been able to make more progress beyond P4, and in fact he's now started to fall back into the clutches of the primes who are chasing behind. But Sam Smith really eager to get involved here, as we have Wojciech Swirydowicz up the inside of Lee Horn, moves into P7. Is there anything the Semper Racing driver cannot do here all the way to the P21 start? Well, I don't think he's going to have enough time to go for the lead of this race, but right now a potential top 5 is on the cards should fortune favour him. But P7 still is a huge result coming his way as he makes his way through turn number 10 in towards 11, as the drivers dance their way from left into right. Meanwhile, just a bit further down the order, Jamie Dorey still trying to chase after Luciano Witvoet for the final stop in the final spot in the overall top 10 as they make their way onwards towards what will be turn number 1 once more, and as they come charging on down towards the braking zone. Well, me on the rear of the pitch, you can see there Matthew Addy, who's had really the difficult luck of everybody over the course of the race today, is trying to hold the P17, but behind it's free wide with Prosser going on for the move up the inside of Addy. He goes all in, and it was free wide with also Collins and Emmons, and Toby Prosser gets it stopped in time, but it's going to be more of a 2 wide as they make their way through. Free wide just behind here with Collins squeezing ahead of Emmons and Van Olst in the end. And I think the drivers are battling hard, but they're also racing smart as they make their way on through the S's, and as they do, we look back up towards the front of the field, and it is deja vu here as McNally on the inside. Meanwhile, Southfield being made to go all the way round the outside with a bit of a moment for McNally on the apex of turn number 5. As they head down to the braking zone, this is brilliant racing between them. But look at Ian Manners. Manners right now right there behind them as they make the way off of turn 6 in towards 7. And as we ride on board here and look at the battle for the lead from the perspective of the third party, contact there. McNally goes deep as a result. Southwood takes the lead. Manners comes on through, and as they drag race their way down the back straight now, well, McNally is still there. He's going to have the overspeed, as you can see. What Southwood's doing, he's gifting the toe to one driver, then to the other. He wants them to fight. He wants to be able to run away with this, and as they make the way through turn number 8 through Hill Corner, Joseph Doble is right there. He wants to get involved, he wants to get clear of them as well. He wants to go hunting after the overall podium if he can't go for the win, with Sam Smith not quite able to interfere in this battle right now. But watching on Eagle as they make the way out of turn 9 in towards 10, and as they come in towards the left hand, one more lap to go after this one before the checkered flag falls, and can Southfield hold on? Or will McNally find a way to get involved? Will Manners be able to keep Joseph Doble behind as Doble looks to go around the outside, and in the end space may will be able to be given, and Manners right now under huge pressure to hold on to P3 as here comes Smith. Smith trying to make it free wide as the white flag waves. This is going to be a tough battle into the braking zone here, but Smith right now feels as though he's got the brakes for it, and he does. It's a 2-for-1. And in the end, Sam Smith does make his way through. But now as we ride on board and look back from the rear of the 27 car for iRacing Esports, he's moved his way onto the third place spot in the oval and also the prime podium. But can he hold on here as Ian Manners looks to try and find a way back on through? You can see Joseph Doe has fallen behind to a degree already. And right now, Smith just using the Elantra's top speed as much as he can. But with Manners picking up the overspeed from the toe, it's going to be tough here for Smith. He's going to have to hold that inside. Meanwhile, Salford and McNally, they stay as they were. But as this lead pack makes its way in towards outer loop corner, Joseph Double on the inside, trying to take a sneak peek on Manners, who goes around outside of Smith. Smith a bit slow on the apex there. Swirydowicz battling past Gardner, and Wojciech Swirydowicz up into P6 now, but he's going to be on the outside into a shoot corner as he comes down for a turn at number 6. So onwards towards 7 they go. Can the Semper Racing drive get this move done in towards toe? We'll be on the inside. He'll be in the ideal position to do so. You can see Gardner there being made to give the space. So Swirydowicz really trying to force that door open, and as they make their way out to the right-hander, all the respect being given between the two drives. It's brilliant racing all the way through. But right now, who's going to finish where inside this top 10 as it's not over yet? And meanwhile, here comes McNally looking up the inside of Southfield. There's going to be a squeeze. There's contact, and Southfield goes onwards. And well, he's not going to be too happy about that. McNally would argue he had the right to the space, but he's going to push Southfield all the way down to P4 as Joseph Doble and Manners look to go around the outside of him. Will they be able to? Well, right now it looks like Southfield digging in here. He's not going to give in. As meanwhile, you can see that Joseph Doble looking from left to right, but he can't find a way through. And as they head into turn 10, Southfield continues to hold on. But meanwhile, as he comes into the final corner, well, at least on circuit, he's going to take it because he makes his way towards the timeline. The checker flag waves, and Adam McNally becomes the 6th pro to ever take an oval win in the NXTCC ahead of Sam Smith P2, Jack Southfield P3. It's an all-prime oval podium. Cameron Goddard is your pro winner P4, ahead of Joseph Don Benjamin McCluskey. Ian Manners takes P7. Ahead of Lee Horn, followed by Wojciech Swirydowicz and Jamie Dory, and James Spazesgal has made it back-to-back and wins to a P13 overall, with Mark Kent taking P2 on the AM podium, P15 overall, and Mark Sykes in the third race of the day and the third time of trying, finally finds his way onto the AM podium, P16. Goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a final race of the day, no doubt about it. I mean, to be honest with you, we could say there's so many drivers right now could be driver of the day for this race alone, such as the calibre of the racing. And was Patrick Falconer comes home P35 when we've not got too many drivers to come to the end of their race, and most of them haven't already finished. But Kevin Smith, a very heavily wounded Verano Motorsport Veloster, will be your last lead lap finish at P36, and we're not quite sure what's happened there, but he'll take P12 in the AM class and still bring home some valuable points. But what a fantastic race to the very end. And well, for Adam McNally, a brilliant battle between himself and Jack Southfield, albeit I think there might be words between the two of them after this race, because I think Southfield will feel as though McNally pushed to pass in towards turn number 8. You can see what Southfield not happy about that at all, flashing his lights behind McNally. And well, right now the SO NXTGEN Gold driver will take his accolade on circuit, but I can imagine that Southfield will definitely want some words. And Sam Smith in all of this taking P2 in the prime class, and well, the iRacing Esports driver will be absolutely chuffed after what was a challenging first race today, a great race 2 to get him into prime position, and then going racing race number 3 and picking up a great set of places. And well, ladies and gentlemen, Ian Manners as well in the end falling down the order right at the end of the race. We're not quite sure what happened there. We will try to get a replay of what happened to Ian Manners in the closing stages of the race, but what we can tell you is that the JW Boats will drive P7, and it is the first time in the NXTCC's history we have seen the overall podium occupied by drivers apart from a driver in the pro class. There's no pro on this overall podium, it's all pro-ams, and well, that is a record that has been set today here at Watkins Glen in the 6th season of the Touring Car Championship. Goodness me. And well, as the drivers make their way into the pit lane, we get a replay of the last couple of corners. And this is going to be a focus from Ian Manners' perspective for JW Motorsport as he made his way up the hill in towards turn number 9. And as he did so on the outside of Jack Southfield here, through left-hander he went, and in the end, Manners just grazing the wall, but given enough room to breathe or thereabouts. Still battling with Southfield in towards turn number 10. But at this point, as he made his way through the left-hander, well, and now it's going to get very dicey, but being passed there by a couple of cars, including Joseph Dower and Garrett Gardner. I think Maz in the wrong place on that final corner to be able to get any pace down, and that's what led to Maz being passed by McCluskey as well. In practice, a dead heat finish, and Maz finishing P7 after a hard-earned drive to try and finish inside that top 5. Definitely a bit of a squeeze the outside wall there, but I think both drivers might have a little chat about that, one himself in Southfield. But then again, I think some may argue that comes under close racing. But feel free to give us your thoughts in your respective chats, ladies and gentlemen. Thankfully, I'm not a steward, I'm just the commentator, but goodness me, I think the stewards will definitely have to unpick a couple of modes from today, if not quite a few from the earlier races as well. But as we return to your live pictures, let's take a look at those race results for our final race of the day, subject to any stewarding decisions. And as we can see, Adam McNally taking that overall win for SRL Next Gen Gold by 8/10 for iRacing Esports' Sam Smith. Jack Selfield completing the overall and pro and podium for the Sim Racing Collective, with Gavin Garner at P4. And in the end, the pro driver bringing home the pro win, albeit it's just a small accolade. It doesn't mean anything in the points standings, other than he'll get the most points for the overall finishing positions compared to his rivals. But the Next Gen Pink driver holding off Joseph Doble at the line for Doble Sim Racing, and Next Gen Pink's Benjamin McCluskey P6 by only 4 thousandths over Ian Manners, the JW Motorsport driver, taking P7 just behind. Lee Horn at P8 for Next Gen, not quite able to get into the fight of the top 7 until the very end, and wasn't quite able to push himself into a potential further position. But Wojciech Swirydowicz P9 at the finish for Semper Racing, a solid end to his day. The back-to-back wins overall, and the P9 overall will be another huge haul of points, and Jamie Dory at best in the rest of the pack in P10. Albeit we normally reserve that accolade for what is P11 downwards, but in this instance, with the top 9 being so close, and Jamie Dory finishing at what was 1.7 seconds behind, Next Gen Pink driver making it to the top 10 in the final race of the day. Luciano Witvoet P11 for World of Racing. And a good end to what is his day at Watkins Glen, ahead of Nick Clemens, with the iRacing Esports drive being followed up by your AM winner, James Smazesgow, who takes 2 AM wins back-to-back in races 2 and 3 today, ahead of teammate Matthew Cheverton, and then Mark Ken, your second place AM driver, P15 for Full Tilt V Motorsport, just ahead of Next Gen's Mark Sykes, who in the AM class rounds off your AM podium of Smazesgow, Kent and Sykes. Toby Prosser, P17 for Aztec Racing, ahead of Jonathan Collins for Whiskey Runner Racing. And then coming to the end of the top 20, we can see it was completed by Matthew Addy and Matt Emmons, with Alex Meredith P21 ahead of Daniel Downing. And then Sam Van Ols, Russell Fowler and Craig Tillerson completing your top 25. A frustrating end today for Kieran Sharp for the Sim Racing Collective, a P20 at 6th finish, but ahead of Daniel Fritz and Darren Ills, with the Whiskey Runner Racing and Ace of Spades Racing driver ending their battle, with Fritz coming out on top. And to complete your top 30, it was none other than Kieran Smart and Gabriel Yilmaz, with a challenging day today for Track Scotland's Smart. But some great racing from him and also Stuart Wynis, but they'll know that Watkins Glen has just not been kind to them. Outside the top 30 from Yilmaz, it was Costa Chats Continental continuing his battle for 287 Motorsport with Aztec Racing's Yilmaz all the way to the finish, and in the end not quite able to find his way through despite pushing hard in both races 2 and 3. Tom Delaney, P32, the Next Gen driver on his debut, getting some solid points on the board, finishing inside the top 15 of the AM class in all 3 races and also pushing towards the top 10. With Reese Watt, Alan McCain and Patrick Falconer completing your top 35, and Kevin Smith and the heavily wounded Verona Motorsport Veloster being the last lead lap finisher, P36. Isadol P37 a lap down ahead of Slavomir Jovosky, who was 2 laps down at the close. And then we do see that continue for 2 laps down for Roy Plummer for Next Gen, ahead of 3 laps down for Adam Delman for SRL Next Gen Gold, and also for Akram Zanoon, their P41 for the organisation. An unfortunate end to his day with 2 prime wins, and in the end a disaster in the final race of the day. And Jake Pitt 3 laps down, in fact 4 laps down there for Aztec Racing, ahead of Stuart Wynis, with 5 laps down to both Ben Altrier and Marcel Fridge, and they will be your last classified finishers as they did complete over half the race distance, with Duncan Rise finishing P46, 10 laps down, an early retirement, and therefore classified as a non-finisher. So 46 starters, 45 finishers, and of them 36 on the lead lap, and what an end of the racing today, ladies and gentlemen. And well, with that, I can see a number number of you asking for replays with regards to incidents that occurred throughout the race, including the incident between Collins and Pitt, which was quite large. We did bring that up earlier on, the initial incident, I do believe, Cup, and we'll also Andrew Pike there talking about what happened with drivers being squeezed to the wall, and well, I think we did catch that very briefly, but unfortunately, due to time, we won't be able to get any more replays in today, and now we must be turning our attention towards post-round interviews with our drivers. And well, it's definitely been an absolutely exciting day of racing at Watkins Glen, and well, in approximately 10-12 minutes time, we'll be hearing the stories from up to 3 of our drivers who will volunteer their time to give their insights of how the days have been in the US state of New York. But in the meantime, do let us know what has been your favourite moment of the racing today, where it has been in qualifying at race 1, race 2, race 3, and who has been your driver of the day, who you've cheered on and who has really caught your eye. Do let us know, and we'll be back in 10 to 12 minutes time to continue the story with our post-round interviews. We'll see you very shortly. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is time for our post-round interviews with our volunteer drivers. And today, we're going to be hearing from two drivers in the AM class. Firstly, Aztec Racing's James Smazerskow, who's taken the lion's share of the points today. And we're also going to be hearing a bit later on from Costa Chatscontinental for 287 Motorsport, who's been pushing hard and has his best results of the season in the AM class. But in between, we're going to be hearing from Adam McNally for SRL NXTGEN Gold from the Pro-Am class, and what's been a tough night of racing, and the going got even tougher in the final race today, but he brought home the Pro-Am and also the overall win, and adds his name to a very limited number of names of Pro-Am drivers who've taken an overall win in the NXTCC. But without further ado, joining me in the interview room now is none other than James Smazerskow. Good evening to you, James, and well, what a day of racing from yourself. I mean, back-to-back AM wins and a P80 class in race number one. It may have looked as though race one was a bit of a difficult start today, but come the end of it, you've walked away with the largest share of the points compared to any of your rivals.
Yeah, race one was not ideal, that's for sure. But yeah, race two managed to weave through the carnage on lap one, managed to keep my nose out of any damage. Yeah, to end up getting the win, which is absolutely brilliant. Yeah, not necessarily purely on pace, more on the other drivers around me having bad luck, to be honest. But no, it's all part of it, I guess. And yeah, really happy with the way tonight's gone.
Well, that's absolutely brilliant to hear. And let's talk a little bit about the start of tonight. In qualifying, P34 overall and P2 in class. And it looked as though in the early stage of the qualifying, at least, it was going to be a very nip and tuck battle between yourself, Mark Sykes, and a couple of your other rivals. How did qualifying feel, at least until Mark Sykes put in that staggering pole lap at the end?
Yeah, I mean, I was really happy with quality for once. I mean, despite the position, I mean, that's you tend to get that in this league. You tend to, like, once again, set my quickest ever lap around Watkins Glen in a touring car. And then you look down at the black box and see that you're 34th overall, and it's like, great. But no, I was super happy with my lap, actually. I don't think I could have exactly pulled much more from it. I had a tow for all of my quicker laps, which really, really helps. And as we established last week at Aragon, I'm not one for the tow. I most of the time prefer not to be in the tow because I feel like I often get hindered by the dirty air and stuff through corners. So yeah, today I used the tow really well, and yeah, I managed to get a good qualifying, which is really good. But yeah, then I saw Mark Sykes had flown up the order, and that was a bit worrying. And yeah, I was certainly surprised to see him back down with us for the rest of the night. But yeah, pretty happy with that.
Oh, indeed, and it's great to hear that you had a positive qualifying session and, well, with some of your best laps at Watkins Glen and using the tow to your advantage as well. Like you say, going a bit out of your regular comfort zone in qualifying. But now let's come on to the races, and where Sykes had the opportunity to lead, but it all went wrong into the opening couple of quarters. For yourself, it also looks as though you got caught up in a nasty shunt on lap number one of race number one. Where were you in all of it?
Yeah, well, I got hit by one of the Dobles. I don't actually know which one it was, but I got hit by one of the Dobles into turn one, which wasn't too bad, just a little tap, but I went sideways. Managed to rejoin a little bit of contact from the rear, unfortunately, by someone, I don't know, again, don't know who, which bent my steering because my whole rear right was completely bent. So I was literally 90 degrees coming up the hill. Yeah, I've come up the crest on lap one, and there's just cars everywhere, and I was like, oh no, I have nowhere to go. I slam on the brakes, still managed to hit the back of Gabriel, my teammate, but yeah, I mean, I was coming into the pits anyway, so I was really glad to hear that there was a safety car coming out. Otherwise my race was going to be completely over. But from then it was all about trying to regather positions, and I did that to some extent. I climbed my way through the order a little bit, was making my way up, only for typically, again, got my karma for hitting Gabriel on lap one. He ends up with contact with Stuart Wideness, I think, and he ended up flying sideways into turn one, tagging me and giving me loads of damage again, which saw me right at the back. I was like, I think I was 8 kilometers an hour down in a straight line without a tow. And had pre-bent steering, managed to hold on from Roy Plummer, but yeah, it wasn't my ideal race one, that's for sure.
Oh, indeed, it was not an ideal race number one, and regardless of how far you're able to push up the order, in the end having to finish P41 or P8 in class. But in your race 2, we saw a bit of fortune come your way. Again, an open lap instant, but this time you're able to dodge all the carnage.
Yeah, much better race 2. Yeah, managed to weave my way through. Similar incident, I think, on lap 1, but I managed, this time survive. Ended up going from 41st to 26th, I think, on lap 1. So quite a few positions gained. Not going to do that maths there and embarrass myself when I get it wrong. But yeah, quite a few positions gained on lap 1, which is perfect, exactly what we need. And then I got the restart after the safety car, absolutely perfect, because I think I was P3 under safety car, but I could see the 2 guys I was chasing directly in front of me. One of them was literally the car in front of me, and then the other one was about 2-3 cars ahead, I think. So for me, it was all about getting a good jump. Sort of caught him napping on the restart, so I ended up having a really good run. Obviously, you can't overtake until the line, but I knew I had the momentum, and literally as we got to the line, I sort of pulled out to go around him. So a completely legit move on that one, hopefully. Nothing fishy, but yeah, it was a super good jump. Also then managed to catch the leader, who seemingly was swarmed by everybody else. Everybody else in like Pro-Am and Pro, who managed to swarm their way past him, being in a decently higher position-ish, those who'd had incidents and stuff. So I ended up all over the back of him. I don't know whether it was because my tyres were warmer or they had weight. I don't actually know. I didn't look at where they finished in race 1, so actually they might have had weight now that I think of it. But I just had so much more grip of them on that opening lap after the safety car. So I was all over the back of them. But they held me for a few laps, and then I went around the outside of them through turn 1. Just about kept it in, went slightly off the curb, but we just really didn't want to hit him. I was like, I'm going to leave a little bit of room, and ended up getting off track for it, but I don't think I particularly gained anything from it, to be honest, so hopefully there's no problems there. But yeah, and then from there it was all about keeping it clean. There was other incidents around us, so we ended up climbing even further up the order. To eventually, finish P19 overall and get another win in class, which is absolutely brilliant.
Oh, indeed, and to add to your first AM class win at MotorLand Aragón, already a great achievement at Watkins Glen. But of course, bringing yourself home P19 also led to a bit of an interesting conundrum, which is the possibility of being on that reverse grid for the final race of the day. And when the number 21 was drawn out the Lottery Bowl, it would mean both yourself and also Matt Emmons, the winner from race number 1 in the AM class, would be lining up in what would be the first 2 rows of that reversed grid. I mean, what was your reaction like, seeing for the fact you would be one of the first AM drivers to ever be included on a reverse grid in the NXTCC?
Well, I was actually in VC with Matt Emmons because I was talking about race 2. We were just having a chat, and I was just saying how much fun I had in race 1 and appreciated the good fight, because it was good fun. Obviously, yeah, you just said that he won race 1, so he had weight as well, which I didn't actually know, which might explain why I was able to pull away, especially in a tow when I dropped him out of my tow. But yeah, I saw that you pulled 10 and then 11, and I was like, no, nice. And I went, oh, a minute. Oh, wait. I was like, oh, wait. That means I'm starting right at the front. And yeah, we're both pretty thrilled to be at the front. I mean, the mindset from there is all about keeping it on the track. I was like, I'm just, again, like I was in Aragon, just let a few people through if it needs to be, especially with the weight, knowing that I'd have P1 weight for that race as well. So, yeah, it was a pretty good moment to know that I'd be right at the top.
And then translating it from a feel-good moment to actually having to go through the feelings on the grid, was there a particular approach you had in mind for the race start, in terms of, was your target just to hold on to the AM lead, or did you feel as like it was a good idea to battle for a top 10 overall position? What was going to be your logic?
Well, I know the Veloster isn't the world's greatest starter, no matter who's in it. I think it's got, because of the clutch you have to use in that, compared to the Audi, which we touched on last week. It's so easy to start really, really well, and it's so much to the point that if you don't get any wheel spin at all, you beat everyone. I think Jack Southfield in front of me had the best reaction out of all of us, so he managed to still hold me off, which, to be honest, I was quite fine with. But I was well past. I wasn't alongside Matt. I was past him by turn 1, which, to be honest, I sort of expected, knowing how nothing on him or nothing on my skill from me. It's just purely the car itself is just like that on starts. yeah, it was perfect. You know, me, Jack Southfield, and then there was another TRS Sim Racing Collective car behind me. We had the clean run all the way up through the S's and down towards Carousel, down the straight, and then of course the big crash that happened behind us. And then there was that safety car. I mean, I managed to hold on. I think from one of the other cars. So I was P3 when the safety car got called out on lap 2, I think it was. But yeah, it was pretty cool to still be on the overall podium starting lap 5. That was pretty sweet. Yeah, very happy.
Oh dear, it was a superb drive for yourself, and even as the race went on, we did see you gradually fall down the order to the P13 overall finish, but it looked as though more and more it became more about bringing home those back-to-back wins, and with it a huge haul of points today. I mean, Watkins Glen seems to have treated you very nicely, and I do have to ask at this point, how are you fancying your chances in the AM Championship? What were the results provisionally moving you into P2 in class now?
Oh wow, I haven't actually seen those. No, I mean, yeah, should I keep this run going? Maybe it's possible, but to be honest, who knows? You know, Mark he still managed to, despite a few 1 or 2 bad results tonight, he still managed to get a good result at the end there. I think it was P3 in that last race. So to be honest, I don't think I can catch Mark, especially with his pace. He proved that in qualifying today, that he's got raw pace to do really well. So, yeah, I don't think I can win it necessarily. I mean, I'll keep trying. And that's what we're here for. We're all here to win. We're not here to come last or second. I'm not here to come second. So we'll keep trying. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if I can be in the top 3 at the end of the season, I think that's the realistically achievable goal. But yeah, we'll see as we keep going.
Well, we look forward to seeing whether you can achieve that goal. And I should correct myself slightly. You've not quite jumped ahead into P2 ahead of Harley Bicknell, but you're very close now. Only the best part, always 12 points or so off. So it's looking very tight. But all the same, as we make our way into the final 4 rounds, next week we head back to Italy for the Mugello circuit, new to the iRacing platform and new to the NXTCC. How are you feeling for our second trip to Italy?
Well, I've only ever driven an LMP2 round Mugello, so that could be interesting. Yeah, no, it's a fun track, but yeah, I need a lot of practice for what is a very fast sweeping, but also a very technical track. So yeah, should be good fun. It's quite wide as it's a grade 1 track, but you know, hopefully there'll still be incidents. Not hopefully there'll still be incidents. There will probably still be incidents. We don't hope for incidents. But yeah, hopefully I can avoid those incidents and bring home another win, or at least another podium or 2. But yeah, keep my my winning streak going, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, indeed. The pressure will be on for you to continue a win streak, given the fact you're making a habit of it. Now 3 wins at this season and perhaps plenty more to come. But James, just before I do let you go, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank all my teammates for the usual support, especially Toby Prosso. He's been really helpful this week, especially with him starting in this series, making his debut tonight. Didn't quite go to plan, but we don't touch on that. It'll get there eventually. But then yeah, all my sponsors, RSR Sports Classic, Demon Tweaks, Woodland Group, Claremont, Spanx Media, and all the rest of them, and yeah, everyone else supporting. Matt's mum in the chat as well. I saw Matthew Sheverson's mum in the chat cheering me on at the end there as well. So yeah, it's always nice to see the support. And obviously, yeah, once again, thanks to everyone at NXTGEN for putting on a great night of racing.
Well, James, it's great to see so much support for yourself in the Aztec Racing team and the wider team community, no doubt about it. And we're very grateful to have you join us in the interview room this evening, following a superb demonstration of your performances today, and the 2 wins in the AM class. I mean, picking up a win is great enough in a single round of racing, but to pick up 2, well, it's definitely the sign of greatness. But of course, the challenge is on for you to chase down Mark Sykes and Harley Bicknell in the championship, and we look forward to seeing whether you can continue that trend at Mugello in a week's time. But until then, congratulations once again and have a fantastic rest of your evening.
Cool, thanks Paul. We'll just point out as well, big up Matthew Sheverton as well. I forgot to mention, he did a great job defending from P2 in the class there at the end of race 3. So shout him up. I've just seen him call me out in the chat. But Anyway, thanks for the broadcast. Cheers.
No problem. Have a good one. And well, ladies and gentlemen, as we do look to the YouTube chat there, I can see Matt Shiverton saying to James, "You owe me a beer for the race-free defence, lad." And well, teamwork there between the two teammates, and indeed friends on and off the circuit, which is absolutely great to see. And well, that's the spirit there of the Aztec Racing community. I can definitely tell you that. Having met a good number of the chaps in person as well quite recently, a very friendly bunch, and that extending on to the NXTCC racing circuit. But carrying up full circle to James and his performances today were really defined by races 2 and 3, back-to-back wins, and luck to an extent was on his side, no doubt about it, dodging all the carnage of what was the race number 2 start in particular. But then again, in race number 1, we got to see the inverse, which was being caught up in that open lap incident, then being involved in a further incident later on. And the point being that the luck will swing one way and it'll swing the other. That's the theme of motorsport and lady luck within the discipline. But you've got to be able to seize on those chances. And talking about as well, prior to all of this, one of his best qualifying performances of the season, having to make use of the toe and making use of it successfully. But then being dumbstruck to a degree by Mark Sykes' pole lap all the way in P16 overall. But still, a P2 in class is nothing to scoff at. And a great sign of how the qualifying pace is coming along for the Aztec Racing driver. And if he can close the gap to Mark Sykes over the course of qualifying, and if fortune continues to stay his way in the racing, starting at Mugello in a week's time, there's no reason why we couldn't see James Massescal become our third primary contender in the AM Championship title fight between Mark Sykes, Harley Bicknell, who wasn't on the grid today, and also James Massescal. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now come on to our second interview. We've heard from an AM driver, but now we come to our prime driver. And we're going to be hearing from Adam McNally, who gets ready to join me in the interview room. And as he does so, and we'll be hearing the story of the prime driver, who's definitely had some challenging races today, but the final race of today really being the one that's turned things around. And as he does join me in the interview room, we say good evening to Adam McNally. And Adam, what a challenging day for yourself today. I mean, in the early stages of the qualifying, it looked as though it was solid with a P22 on the grid overall. But race 1 didn't quite go right at all. Race number 2, you had to bounce back. And that all important reverse grid in race number 3, giving you an opportunity to chase down an overall win. It must feel as though you've gone for a bit of an emotional roller coaster of a circuit.
Oh yeah, definitely been full on swings and roundabouts tonight. Like I said, half decent qualifying with the weight to not even make it out of the S's on lap 1 without damage. Race 2, I went from I think 33rd to 17th, which is a good, I suppose, amount of cars made, positions made up. But dropping that weight was massive round here, and I mean them Audis are quick in a straight line.
Oh, indeed, those Audis proving fast. And off of that point, I mean, the last couple of rounds for yourself, having been championship leader for now with 3 rounds in a row, the last couple of rounds definitely have seemed to have stemmed your momentum and the fact you've just not had too much luck on your side. So coming into this round, has there been a change of mindset at all, or a full process of we really do need those points?
No, not really. I just still don't know how I'm in first. Like I said, the look I've had, the incidents that I've had it lately. And I'm just trying to have clean races, to be fair. Like I said, it would be great to win it, but if I don't, that's part of it. The racing's been great, and like I said, just luck hasn't been on my side at the minute, but somehow I'm still up there and fighting for the pro-arms.
Well, that's absolutely fair to stay with the same mentality as always, one race at a time, and going into qualifying, like you say, a good qualifying performance to be P22. Although I have to ask, obviously this circuit being a bit more of a momentum stroke power based circuit, the Honda normally down on power compared to its rivals, plus also the success bias you had in the car. How have you found the Honda at Watkins Glen in terms of being able to maintain speed compared to, say, the Audi or the Hyundais?
To be fair, it wasn't too bad. Like I said, the only car I really did notice a difference was the Audi. It was 0.2 every time we went down that back straight. It didn't matter if I got a good run out of the first corner chasing them up the S's. As soon as we hit that back straight, I would lose 0.2 with the success ballast. So I didn't know if that was the success ballast or just the Audi is really that quick.
I see. And well, whereas the success biased auto to the Audi just being a speed demon, still able to get yourself in front of a few of the Audis, but also having to chase others. And in race number 1, an open lap incident that claimed many, yourself included, and in the end, a bit of a difficult end to the race, P33.
Well, I come out. Well, I mean, I come out to pits P45, so I was quite happy to make up a few places again. But the safety car helped with that, getting the fast repair coming out, joining the back of the train. But it was a good recovery, I suppose, but not the points we wanted.
Oh, indeed. And then going into race number 2, and talking about only months ago gaining 16 places and cutting your deficit to the lead of the Pro-Am class in half from P19 in class to P8. I mean, what a drive there. Perhaps, yes, aided to a degree by the open lap instead, but still, you've got to take your fortune and also your opportunities in equal measure.
Yeah, I definitely had some fortune race too, because just as we're coming through the S's, the incident sort of happened with the 2 cars just to me right. And I was halfway alongside, and just as I was getting past them, one of them come along, and I mean, he must have just missed me back bumper and hit the barriers, and I just saw everyone disappear behind us after that. But I got a bit luck race too, which, like I said, allowed us to get a half-decent finish and push on for the reverse grid.
And speaking of that reverse grid, when we did see the number 21 drawn from the lottery bowl, I get the feeling you saw this as a golden opportunity to turn everything fully around.
To be fair, I didn't know what the reverse was until we got on the grid and I saw I was 5th. I thought, oh, it was champion. It's a good chance to try and push forward. But the whole time I was constantly thinking, Wodge and everyone's going to catch up with their pace. So it was just a matter of get our head down, hopefully get our head down and pull away. But it instantly turned into a battle from lap 1 of the safety car pulling in to the final lap of the race. And I mean, what a battle it was. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I feel a bit sorry about the move into the final. I think it was 3rd off last corner, but I did sort of like late brake, but I feel like he also turned in a bit late. He realised that I was going down the inside and then tried to cover it off just a little bit late. I mean, it wasn't much of a contact, but it was enough for him to just run a little bit wide. It's not the way you want to really take a race win, but like I said, the racing was hard all the way through and it was good fun.
Oh, without a doubt. It was an absolute thrilling battle between yourself and Jack Southfield from what was the early stages all the way through to the end. And, well, the two of you not going to give it to either one over the course of the race, including that contact we saw in what was, as you said, the 3rd to last corner. And interesting to hear your perspective on that with regards to you going in late on the brakes and Jack, from your perspective, turning in quite late. But that goes to show as well also how much it means to the pair of you. And off of the back of this, championship position now dropping to P2 versus Lee Horn, who has moved ahead given that the accounting for drop scores at this point in the championship. But you're still well within reach of Horn, and you've also got Akram Saloon very hot on your heels following his 2 wins today. So it looks as though you've got to be up for a fight for the final 4 rounds.
Oh yeah, but on the bright side, I've lost a little bit of weight, and it's Lee's problem now to deal with that P1 weight. And like I said, it's better. I think it'll be better to be the chasing car than having the pressure put on you every round, having to try and turn up and score the most points you can.
The pressure might be slightly reduced, but also there is the challenge of a new circuit on the NXTCC calendar next week. We head to Mugello in Italy. How are you feeling for the new circuit?
Well, I'm not going to say I'm confident, but I think I should hopefully have a bit decent pace around there. I've actually raced a touring car around there, so it should be a good one.
We look forward to seeing how you get on at Mugello in a week's time. But Adam, just before we do let you go, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
Yeah, just the usual. You guys for doing the broadcast. Everyone that does the work behind the scenes. A big sorry to the stewards for making me have to keep looking at the incidents. And everyone that turns up and makes the racing great.
Well, Adam, Adam. It's been an absolute blast to have you join me in the interview room this evening, and congratulations on a brilliant turnaround of results today from what was the achievements in qualified to difficulties of race 1 and then the subsequent successes of race 2, and also adding your name to the history books of being the 6th ever Pro-Am driver to take an overall win in an NXTCC race. I mean, it's definitely been a highlight of the race today at Watkins Glen, and we look forward to plenty more from yourself in a week's time at Mugello. But until then, have a great rest of your evening.
Right, thank you very much.
So hearing there from Adam McNally, the prime driver for SL with NXTGEN Gold, who today had all the work to do after what has been a difficult last couple of rounds, and that work requiring him to turn around a slump in form that's been just as much due to misfortune as his rivals trying to get one step ahead of him. And we started off on a strong note with regards to what was going into qualifying and taking P22 overall and P12 in the Pro-Am class, albeit that success ballast holding him at bay with the maximum possible success ballast definitely having an impact to the Honda, but knowing that it would be good enough to move him up the order if he could make the progress in race 1. But that's where it all went wrong in race number 1, what with that early instant cost him dear and putting him all the way down to P45, but recovering to P43, and in the end he had to set his sights on recovering in race number 2 to P17 overall, and what with that, the opportunity to be inside that reverse grid of race number 3, and from there, as we've just seen the conclusion and that controversial contact between Southfield and McNally, which resulted in McNally taking up the win, and he said not the way he wanted to do it, but at the same time as well feared as though both drivers pushing it to the absolute limit in terms of what's permissible in terms of battling, and we got to see that absolutely thrilling battle all the way through between the two, with many a Pro-Am driver nipping at their heels, including the likes of Ian Manners and also Reese Watt, but none coming quite close to the Honda pair who battled all the way to the checker flag, and with it Adam added his name to the history books as our 6th ever Pro-Am driver to take an overall win in the NXTCC. But can he continue this form at Mugello? We loses the success ballast going into the round, getting his P2 in the championship behind Lee Horn provisionally, but then again he'll still know there's a long set of challenges awaiting him as this season continues to push towards its conclusion. But now coming to our third and final interview of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be hearing very shortly from Costa Chatscontinental and hearing his story about how he's gone ahead to bring home some of his best results, if not his best results of the season. And well, we're very excited to find out more behind the scenes regarding the 287 Motorsport driver as he gets ready to join me in the interview room. And in fact, I do believe he is ready, and he does join me now. Good evening to you, Costa, and well, firstly, allow me to say congratulations on what has been your best set of results of the season so far. It looks as though you had a great time at Watkins Glen and 2 top 5s in the AM class as well. I mean, you couldn't have asked for better, surely.
Yeah, it was awesome. Obviously, changing from the Honda to the Veloster, that played a massive part. I made a decision late last night saying, like, oh, I'm going to do this because, like, I tested the car out and it was kind of better. So, yeah, I just spent like 3 hours doing laps last night and it paid off really well.
Well, that's definitely gone in hand with the car swap and also putting the practice in. And I do have to ask that with regards to when we did go into qualifying today, did you set your sights at all in terms of how you would go in the Veloster in terms of looking to move further up the order, or was it just sort of new car, new round of racing, just take it easy and come what may?
Basically, I did a few practice laps in the practice session and the practice yesterday, and I just thought, oh, I'm a lot quicker in this. It feels like you can basically rotate the car more, go into the corner, and like throttle control and everything. And yeah, I thought I had a feeling that I would do better, and it went really well. And yeah, basically, I made a few mistakes and it got a bit scrappy around places, especially in like race 2 and 3. And yeah, I'm just really happy with my improvement.
Well, that improvement definitely showing. Let's talk a little bit about qualifying. P43 on the overall group, P9 in class. I mean, qualified, if we do exclude Mark Sykes, is absolutely anomalous pole lap compared to where the rest of the AM class was in relation to each other. It looked as though AM qualifying was very tight, and you found yourself at the bottom end of the very tight pack, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's my first time qualifying like 3 rounds, so I'm kind of happy that I'm not starting like right at the back, but I think it did start at the back actually. I'm not really that sure. But yeah, I got held up quite a bit by a few people, and like you had pro-ams and pros who were trying to get past me, and obviously they're a lot quicker than me. So I was trying to let them pass at the same time, and by the time you knew it, checker flag came out.
Well, it's unfortunate that 15 minutes of the qualifying session always going quicker than we anticipate, but still, at the same time, it's not in qualifying where the races are won, it's when we do all 11 laps in each and every race. And in race number 1, making some initial gains and finishing P5 in the end. But I have to ask, how did the race go from your perspective, given the fact that you would have been one of the last cars to come into that huge shunt into the S's on the opening lap?
I'm lucky I got a really poor start because I would have been involved in that. But yeah, overall in race 1, I was kind of gutted I didn't get a podium because I was like, oh, I'm quick enough, I can get a podium, and then just yeah, but it didn't come to be unfortunately. And yeah, I just kind of picked off different incidents during the race, and yeah, it kind of paid off.
Well, it definitely did, and gradually making your way further and further up the order to take what was that top 5 finish in the AM class of P38. And then going into race number 2, we had another similar major incident, albeit much smaller in scale, in fact, coming out of the S's. One that you seem to be able to steer clear of, and in the end, just fighting to hold on to position.
Yeah, I think I finished either 2 or 3 seconds off a podium. So yeah, going back to lap 1, obviously there was an incident. I saw it up ahead, so I decided to like do a little left-right thing, and yeah, it paid off. But I had a few decent battles. Obviously with Nick Clibbins, them lot. I think it was I don't know I think it was the Aztec boys. I had a bit of a last lap battle with them, and I was just pushing the car really hard. Shame I didn't get a podium really, but yeah, I've really enjoyed racing.
Well, indeed, we did see how hard you were having to battle in what was at race number 2 with the Aztec racing drivers such as Gabriel Yilmaz in chasing down the potential podium, but I'm sure it will come in the near future as time presses on. And in race number 3, a bit of a misfortunate end to the day, given the fact as we've just seen on the replay footage. A good start, but then lap number 2, the incident at turn number 6, catching you and many a driver off guard and leading to you losing quite a number of positions.
Yeah, I actually slowed down for it, and I don't think the people behind me saw it, so I stopped, and then next minute we were all going absolutely mental. Felt like I nearly, I did something to my wrist over the weekend at British GT. I think, what, I can't remember what I did, but yeah, it just really hurts for some reason. And yeah, so the wheel went absolutely mental. I thought I broke my wrist at first. It sounds a bit dramatic, but it went all over the place after I got hit from behind. And yeah, I was lucky that the car was still drivable when the engine didn't explode, because it was a massive impact to the rear car. But yeah, obviously, like I've managed to get the car back in time, get it fixed, and like get it back out for the rest of the race. Then it was basically about maintaining position, and obviously I think I came home in P10 in that one, so I'm happy with that.
Well, indeed, like you say, making the most of the opportunity you have, bringing the car home, and 3 top 10 finishes in the end, 2 of them at top 5s as well, a good haul of points, and a fine way to wrap up your tour in the US state of New York, that is. Of course, we've got one more visit at the end of the season at Daytona, but at this point in the championship, we've only got 4 rounds to go, results are on their way upwards, and we head to Mugello in a week's time. How are you feeling for the visit to Italy?
I'm feeling really confident because it's quite a similar track to Watkins Glen, because it's fast, it's twisty, a bit like the first section at Watkins Glen. So I'm just hoping the car gels really well with it. I've never raced around Mugello on iRacing, but I've raced on like MotoGP and stuff. So I'm hoping some of that knowledge comes through, and I'm not taking the bike lines around the corner. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Obviously, I'm making a lot of improvements in the car, and hopefully I should be able to make a livery in time for that one because it was running carbon tonight, and it looked good, but it didn't really look good, if that makes sense. I would prefer the turquoise blue and turquoise white and red of our team, obviously, but yeah, I'm just hoping we get a better result next time.
Well, I'm sure you have the livery in place in the near future, but in the meantime, those results are coming and the car swap seems to be working in your favour into the Hyundai of Gloucester, and we look forward to seeing whether that story continues at Mugello in a week's time, and wish you the best luck in preparing for that. But just before we do let you go, as always, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
Yeah, I'd like to give a shout out to everyone at NXTGEN who runs the league, but also I'd like to apologise to someone, to Verano esports people who took out. It was just a lapse of concentration, missed my braking point, and sent them flying into the barrier. But yeah, I'm sorry to them guys. But yeah, I would also like to give a shout out to RTC Photo and 287 Motorsport. And yeah, that's it really.
Well, Costa, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you join me in the interview, and congratulations once again on your best set of results for the season thus far. And well, the only way is up from here, and we look forward to seeing how your story continues at Mugello in a week's time. But until then, have a great rest of your evening, and we'll see you in round number 7.
Thanks, see you later.
So hearing there from Costa Continental, the AM driver 287 Motorsport, who today made the switch to the Hyundai of Veloster, and will that switch definitely seems to work in his favour, picking up his best set of results of the season with 2 top 5s in the AM class, plus also a P10. And the consistency is showing, and well, whilst it was a bit of a challenge in qualifying, in the end finding himself towards the bottom of the AM pack in the qualifying order, when we did go racing, being able to get in amongst all of his rivals, given the misfortunes of many in the opening 2 races, and pushing hard all the way through, and unfortunate to miss out on the podium in both races there, talking about particularly in race number 2, battling hard with the Aztec Racing drivers of the likes of Gabriel Yamaz in order to try and bring home that podium result, but it wasn't to be. But sometimes that's the way it goes, and still got to reflect on the positives, of which there were plenty. But race number 3, the positives started to come to an end, being involved in that incident which we saw on the replay footage only moments ago, going on through turn number 6 on lap number 2, and will in the end having to take the faster pair and recover from the back of the pack, but by the end of it taking P31 overall, P10 in class, but having to put in the hard work for that top 10 finish, and that work paying off. The question is, can he continue the story and make his way up the ranks at Mugello? I think many would love to see Acosta take his first ever podium in the AM class, and we're all here for it in the commentary booth. So fingers crossed we get to see it in a week's time, and that I'm sure will be what he's targeting. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our interviews for today. And thank you to all 3 of our interviews who you've heard from over the course of this evening. Firstly, we heard from James Massersgal for Aztec Racing in the AM class, your double AM winner in races 2 and 3. We also heard from Pro Am classes Adam McNally for SO and NXTGEN Gold, with his absolutely brilliant drive to victory in his battle with Jack Southfield in the final race of the day, and in the end, McNally coming out on top to become the 6th ever Pro-Am driver to take an overall win in the NXTCC, and offsetting the difficulties of his first 2 races of the day. And then we've just heard from the AM class driver Acosta Continental from 287 Motorsport, with his story being his best result of the season with 2 AM top 5s and also an AM top 10, and what a change of car, definitely seeing a change in results. Thank you to all of them, and congratulations on their results, and we look forward to seeing plenty more from all 3 drivers and the entirety of our field at Mugello in a week's time. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to give you an update on the provisional standings after 6 rounds of racing. And we start off with the Overall Drivers' Championship, and as we can see, with drop scores applied, Wojciech Swirydowicz continues to lead, and that advantage now standing at a staggering what is 236 points, with the double win today plus also a top 10 finish in the final race of the day, going a long way to extending his advantage, and Luciano Witvoet still there in P2 and looking to keep the hunt on. But the question seems more now to be who will be the run-up chased after Swirydowicz, albeit the championship is not over, but it is very truly on course for Swirydowicz being able to wrap things up early, potentially in round 8 if he's able to achieve a major score, or definitely in round number 9. before we get to that season finale. And therefore, with Witvoet holding on to P2, Benjamin McCluskey in P3 on 485 points, it's Adam Delman who's moved to a point off of the top 3 in P4, with Mikey Doble not on the grid today and using this round as his drop round. Jamie Dory sits in P6 on 438 points, 2 clear of Gavin Gardner. The battle to be the first of the drivers outside the top 5 continuing to rage on. And then Kieran Sharp, Isaac Doble and Joseph Doble completing the top 10. And the wider members of the Doble family are there, continuing to push on. And indeed, Doble Sim Racing right now having the hardest season so far and the most challenging season, no doubt about that. Lee Horn sits P11, the leading the leading prime driver on what is 362 points, only 5 points outside the top 10 now, and he's got Jack Jeffries, who had a dismal day at Watkins Glen, falling into P12, with Patrick Falconer moving up to P13, will result in race number 1, but not to be in races 2 or 3, and Akram Zoon and Adam McNally complete your top 15, with the prime drivers all pushing up into the ranks, and Akram Zoon's absolutely brilliant set of overall results in races 1 and 2 going a long way to serve him justice. Then coming into the prime class with the points adjusted based on the prime finishing position specifically, Lee Horn now leads the prime championship over Adam McNally, with his consistency proving absolutely pivotal today. McNally, meanwhile, having a difficult day in the office, turning things around in race number 3, will drop into P2 there, and now knowing the chase is on versus Lee Horn. But keep your eyes out for P3 driver Akram Snoon, who is only a further 3 points behind and is demonstrating growing form day by day. Daniel Downing is also on a resurgence and moves to P4, only a further 6 points off of the top 3, but we have Nick Clemens 30 points behind for iRacing Esports, and Clemens right now looking to try and inch away from the rest of his rivals who are chasing after the top 5. Speaking of him, the prime candidate there is Alex Meredith on 488 points after a relative return to form over the last couple of rounds, and seeing that again at the Glen today, but he's got Stuart Winus only 4 points behind, and Winus unfortunate not to be able to make greater ground on the top 5 given the misfortune that beset him in all 3 races. Matthew Addy as well, unlucky in the early stages of the racing today, but turning things around in race number 3 and moving to only what is 8 points off of Winus, with Ben Altrier and Reese Watt completing your top 10 and only separated by 2 points. Samir Jarowski sits P11 at best the rest, ahead of Matthew Cheverton, with Russell Fowler, Alan McCain and Luke Jones completing your prime standings top 15. But then coming to the AM class, and here we can see the story of Mark Sykes leading the way does not stop, it continues to go his way. Harley Bicknell not on the grid today, it means that he won't have gained points, but James Massersgow is only 30 points behind Bicknell and is looking to encroach quickly on becoming the P2 driver. Jonathan Collins sits P4 on 552 points, 5 ahead of Kevin Smith as their battle for P4 heats up, and both drivers show great form today. Ahead of Daniel Fritz, who's also nearing with the Whiskey Runner Racing driver, both targeting a top 5 finish at the end of this season, but they'll need to overcome the Rhino Motorsport driver to do so. But don't count out Craig Tillerson for Fusion Racing, who also is closing and is only a further 10 points behind, with that great result in race 1 standing out in particular. And Gabriel Yilmaz, Matt Emmons and Darren Ills complete your top 10, as the battle right now to be inside the top 5 of the AM class extends all the way through to them. And then we have Roy Plummet in P11 best the rest, a sizable 73 points off of the top 10, and right now just trying to stay 1 step ahead of Mark Ken, Riley Sheringham and Costa Chatscontinantado, with Tom Delaney making his debut and picking up his first 84 points, and he'll be looking to just see how far he can go before this season is over. And then coming to the Teams Championship, last but not least, and we see NXTGEN Pink hold on to their lead, but their advantage has grown to 142 points, with Doble Sim Racing missing one of their drivers in the form of Mikey Doble today, and Isaac and Joseph Doble having a difficult day at the office, and this has given NXTGEN Pink the opportunity to open the lead up to 142 points. Semper Racing have slightly closed the gap to P2, the gap now standing at just under 100 points, but continue to find themselves in a P3 place of no man's land, and they have a sizable advantage of 213 points over SRL and NXTGEN Gold, who hold on to P4 by only 2 points over the Sim Racing Collective, with both teams having a great day of racing. NXTGEN meanwhile fall to P6 and sit a further, I do believe, 23 points behind in P6, but they're ahead of JW Motorsport, who continue their fight in P7, with VB Fusion in the world of racing now only at the best part of 50 points clear of iRacing Esports, and then Goldwing Motorsport moving back into the top 10, with Redgrove Projects falling out of the top 10 after a difficult day of racing. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that's the top 10 of the Teams Championship, and it's now time for us to wrap up. Thank you very much for watching, and if you have enjoyed today's show, and perhaps you're sat there right now wanting to know more about the Next Gen Racing community, or how you could be on the grid for the ongoing or upcoming seasons of racing with us, particularly in the NXTCC, but alternatively our other leagues, including the GT3 League and the Prototype Racing League, or even what we do on R Factor 2 with the British Touring Car Championship on R Factor 2, well, firstly, we do recommend you check out our official website, and that may be found at www.nextgenracing.co.uk, and it is the #1 place to go to for all information related to Next Gen Racing and the home of clean and fair sim racing for all, as we continue to expand our success, having hosted leagues for the best part of 16.5 years on console PC, but primarily PC these days. It's never been a better time to join the Next Gen Racing community, and you can use the link in the top right corner of our website homepage to join the official Discord, which is a mandatory requirement if you want to be on the grid for any of our series. But if you don't want to go to our website, well, of course, you can do the alternative, which is to go to our official Facebook group if you're more of a social media person, that being at facebook.com/groups/NextGen Racing. Well, there you can find out all the details about Next Gen Racing, much like our website, but also a little bit more about the guys and girls who make up Next Gen Racing, including what they do behind the scenes on the simulator and in real life, with a good number of our staff members being at real life trackside marshals, if not real life racing drivers. We'd also like to take this moment to say a big thank you to our sponsors, who do include PowerMaxed, Next Level Racing, Mark Sykes Designs, Joyce Design, Sam Cases UK, Douglas Motorsport, Falconer PC Builds and Support, and Benji in Photos, and also a special thank you to our title sponsor for this season, IMB Racewear. IMB Racewear are the sim racing and real-life racing racewear provider that prides itself on individuality with their fully custom designs, enabling you to make the impact you've always wanted to on track, as their racewear is designed for you by you. Do head to their website, imbracewear.com, and to find out more about IMB Racewear's fully customizable product range, which brings benefits you just cannot get from the off-the-shelf products. That website again, imbracewear.com. But now, ladies and gentlemen, attention's turn to round number 7, and on Tuesday the 7th of May, in a week's time, our drivers, and indeed the NXTCC for the first time in its history, will be taking on the Italian circuit of Mugello, and it's with its fast sweeping corners and highly technical corner layouts, as we heard from James Pascal much earlier on in our interviews this evening. Well, this is going to be a circuit that will put our drivers through their paces and make them feel as though it's going to be Watkins Glen Part 2, as they look to carry the speed from corner to corner and come out on top. But who exactly will be the master of Mugello? Find out with us in a week's time on Tuesday the 7th of May. But until then, we have been Next Gen Racing. I've been your host and commentator, Paul TX141 Walsh, also known as Britain a Spit, depending on what media you follow me on. And until next time, remember to stay safe, stay well, stay smiling, but most importantly, as always, remember to stay on track. Good night.